Hello everyone, welcome back. Do you ever wake up, look at the ceiling for a moment and feel this quiet, heavy question sit down on your chest before you've even said a single word out loud? The question that sounds something like, is today going to be exactly like yesterday? You get up, you rush, you scroll, you react to 100 small things before you've even chosen a single thing for yourself. And by the time night comes, you're tired, but you can't really say what you did. The days blur together, like pages of a book nobody is reading closely anymore. If that feeling is familiar to you, if you've ever lain in bed at night thinking, I want my life to feel different, but I don't know where to even start, then I want you to stay with me for this one, because today I'm going to tell you about one single routine, not 10 habits, not a strict schedule, one small 5-minute routine that quietly, steadily rewired how my entire life felt. And by the end of this video, you're going to know exactly how to do it yourself, step by step, slowly, so it actually sticks. This isn't going to be one of those videos that tells you to wake up at 5 a.m., take a cold shower, run 5 kilometers and read 50 pages before breakfast. If that works for you, wonderful. But for most of us, real life doesn't have room for a routine like that. Real life has a crying baby, or a boss who messages at 11 p.m., or a body that's tired in a way sleep alone doesn't fix. So what I'm going to share with you today is built for real life. It takes 5 minutes. You can do it in bed, in your kitchen, in a parked car before work. It doesn't need equipment, willpower, or a perfect morning. It only needs you, showing up gently, one day at a time. Let me be honest with you about where this started for me, because I think you deserve the real story, not the polished version. A few years ago, I was, by every outside measure, doing fine. I had work, I had people around me, nothing was catastrophically wrong, but inside, something had gone quiet in a way that scared me more than any crisis could have. I would finish a day and not remember most of it. I'd sit down at night and feel this strange hollow ache, like I had been busy every second but hadn't actually lived any of it. I remember one evening in particular, sitting on the edge of my bed, still in my work clothes, just staring at my hands. And I thought, when did I stop noticing my own life? I didn't have a dramatic breakdown. There was no single moment where everything fell apart. It was slower and, in some ways, harder to name than that, a kind of fog that had settled over ordinary days. I tried the things people tell you to try. I downloaded a habit tracker app and filled it with 15 things I was supposed to do every morning. I lasted 4 days. I bought a journal with a beautiful cover and wrote in it twice. I told myself I would start running, and I did, exactly once in the rain, and never again. Every attempt collapsed under its own weight, because I was trying to fix a quiet problem with a loud solution. Then, one ordinary Tuesday, something small happened, almost by accident. I woke up early, not because of an alarm, but because the room was too bright. And instead of reaching for my phone the way I always did, I just sat there for maybe 90 seconds. I didn't do anything special. I just breathed and let my eyes adjust to the light. And in that 90 seconds, something strange happened. I noticed the sound of birds outside. I noticed that my body felt tired in a specific, ordinary way, not a dramatic way. I noticed one single thought drift by, calm and clear. I'm actually glad to be awake right now. That was it. That was the whole moment. No fireworks, no revelation, just 90 seconds of noticing. But something about that morning felt different. So I did it again the next day. And then I added one more tiny piece. Before getting out of bed, I whispered one line out loud, just one honest sentence about something I was grateful for, even something small, like the warmth of the blanket or the fact that I didn't have a headache that day. And the day after that, I added a third piece, one slow, intentional stretch. Nothing athletic, just my arms reaching up and my spine curling gently. A small physical good morning to my own body. And a few days later, a fourth piece arrived. One sentence, spoken or written, about what kind of day I wanted to have. Not a to-do list, just an intention. Something like, today I want to move a little slower, or today I want to actually listen when people talk to me. 4 small pieces: silence, gratitude, movement, intention. 5 minutes, sometimes less. And I want to tell you clearly, I didn't feel transformed after 1 week. I didn't feel transformed after 2 weeks. If anyone tells you a routine changed their life overnight, be gently skeptical, because that's not how real change usually works, and I don't want to lie to you here. What actually happened was slower and, I think, more honest than that. Around the 3rd week, I noticed I was reacting to small frustrations differently. A delayed train, a short reply from a friend, a mistake at work, with a little more space before the reaction came. Around the 6th week, my sister said something to me that stopped me in my tracks. She said, "You seem more like yourself lately." I hadn't told her about the routine, she just noticed something had shifted. By the 3rd month, I realized I actually remembered my days again. I could tell you what happened on a random Wednesday because I had been present enough to notice it in the first place. That is the real story of how this began. Not a dramatic transformation, but a quiet 5-minute act repeated with enough patience that it slowly became the anchor for everything else. And here's why I want to share this with you specifically, and why I think this particular routine works when so many others fail. Most advice about changing your life asks you to change everything at once: your schedule, your diet, your sleep, your career, your relationships, all in the same week, powered by nothing but motivation. But motivation is unreliable. It shows up strong on a Monday and disappears by Thursday. What actually changes a life isn't a burst of motivation, it's a small act, repeated on the days you don't feel like doing it, until it becomes something you don't have to decide to do anymore. It just becomes part of who you are, the way brushing your teeth is part of who you are. This routine works because it asks almost nothing of you. 5 minutes, no equipment, no perfect environment, no dependency on how much sleep you got that week. It can bend around your life instead of demanding that your life bend around it. And because it asks so little, you can actually keep the promise to yourself. And that, I've come to believe, is the real hidden ingredient in every life that quietly turns around. Not big, dramatic willpower, but the simple, repeated experience of keeping a small promise to yourself, day after day, until you start to trust yourself again. So, here is my promise to you for the rest of this video. I am going to walk you through this routine in complete, careful detail. Not just what to do, but why each piece matters, and exactly how to adjust it for your real life. Whether you're a parent who never gets a quiet moment, a shift worker whose morning starts at 4 p.m., or someone who simply doesn't believe routines work for people like you. I'm going to share more real stories along the way, people who found this same small anchor in the middle of very different lives. And near the end, I'm going to guide you through the entire routine slowly, out loud, so you can either follow along right now or come back to that section anytime you need it, almost like a small reset button you can press whenever the day feels too loud. You don't need to change everything about your life today. You don't need a perfect morning, a clean house, or 8 hours of sleep behind you. You just need 5 minutes and a small, honest willingness to notice your own life again. That's genuinely all this asks of you. Take a slow breath with me right now, in through your nose and out gently through your mouth. Let your shoulders drop a little. Wherever you are, in bed, on a commute, cooking dinner, or lying down for the night, you're exactly where you need to be to begin. Let's talk about why something this small can change something this big.
The science made simple. Before I walk you through the routine itself, I want to spend a few minutes on why it works, because I think understanding the why is what makes people actually stick with something, instead of abandoning it after a rough week. You don't need a psychology degree for this. I'm going to keep it simple, the way I wish someone had explained it to me back when I was drowning in 15-item morning checklists. Here's the truth almost nobody tells you clearly enough. Your brain does not care how big or dramatic an action is. It cares how often it happens. Think about anything that feels automatic to you right now. Locking your door when you leave the house, saying thank you when someone hands you something, reaching for your seatbelt in a car. None of those started as big, willpower-fueled decisions. They started small, and they were repeated so many times that your brain simply stopped treating them as a choice. They became part of the background of who you are. This is the part most self-improvement advice gets backwards. We're taught that big change requires big effort, a complete morning overhaul, an hour of meditation, a 5-kilometer run before sunrise. And for a small number of highly motivated people on a good week, that might work. But motivation is not a stable resource. It rises and falls depending on your sleep, your stress, your mood, even the weather. If your entire routine depends on having strong motivation every single day, you will fail on the days you need it most, the hard days, the heavy days, the days you actually need an anchor the most. A tiny routine solves this problem in a very quiet, almost sneaky way. Because it asks so little of you, 5 minutes, no equipment, nothing that requires you to feel motivated, you can do it even on your worst day. And that's the entire secret. Consistency doesn't come from trying harder. It comes from asking less of yourself, so that showing up becomes almost effortless, even when everything else in your life feels hard. Let me give you a picture for this, because I think pictures stay with us longer than explanations. Imagine your day as a wheel, and picture a single spoke running through the center of that wheel, thin, simple, almost invisible. That spoke doesn't need to be strong enough to carry the whole weight of the wheel by itself. It just needs to be there, holding the center steady, so that when the wheel hits a bump in the road, a stressful meeting, a difficult conversation, a sleepless night, it doesn't completely fall apart. That's what this 5-minute routine becomes. Not the whole wheel, just the steady center that keeps everything else from spinning out. I call this the anchor concept, and once you understand it, you'll start noticing it everywhere in your own life, in small rituals people already have without realizing it. The friend who always makes the same cup of tea the same way every morning, the grandmother who always sits in the same chair for 10 minutes before the household wakes up, the runner who doesn't run for fitness anymore, but because the quiet at 6 a.m. is the only quiet they get all day. None of these are large actions. All of them are anchors, small, repeated, steady points that the rest of a busy life can hang on to. Now, I want to share 2 stories with you. Real people, real lives, very different from each other, who found this same anchor in completely different circumstances. I think you'll recognize a piece of yourself in at least one of them. Mira's story. Mira messaged me almost a year ago now. She was, in her words, a working mother who had disappeared inside her own house. She had 2 children, a full-time job, and a schedule so tightly packed that she told me she genuinely could not remember the last time she had 5 unclaimed minutes in a day. Every moment belonged to someone else: her children's school forms, her manager's deadlines, her husband's questions about dinner, her own mother's phone calls that she felt guilty not answering. She told me something that stayed with me for a long time. She said, "Uma," well, in this case she said it to me the same way I'll say it to you, "I love my family so much, and that's exactly why I feel so guilty admitting this, but I feel invisible in my own life. I give everything to everyone else most of the day, but there's this small 5 minutes that belongs only to me, and knowing it's coming, even before it arrives, makes the rest of the day feel less like it's swallowing me whole." 6 months later, Mira told me something I think about often. She said her 8-year-old daughter had started copying her, sitting quietly for a minute after waking up, like Mama does. She hadn't taught her daughter to do this. Her daughter had simply noticed her mother's 5 minutes of stillness and, in her own small way, wanted some of that stillness too. Mira said that was the moment she realized this small routine hadn't just changed her mornings, it had quietly changed what her daughter believed was possible, that even a busy, loving mother is allowed 5 minutes that belong only to herself. Devendra's story looks very different on the surface, but underneath it rhymes with Mira's in a way that I find genuinely moving. Devendra ran his own business, a mid-sized company he had built over almost 15 years. From the outside, by every conventional measure, he had succeeded. But he told me that somewhere along the way, success had started to feel strangely numb. He described it to me like this: "I built something I'm proud of, but I don't feel anything when I look at it anymore. I wake up, I solve problems, I go to sleep, and I do it again. I don't know when I stopped feeling like a person and started feeling like a function." That word, numb, is one I've heard from so many people who look from the outside like they have it all together. Burnout doesn't always look like collapse. Sometimes it looks like quietly functioning while feeling almost nothing at all. Devendra was understandably skeptical of a 5-minute routine. He told me directly, half joking, half serious, "I've read business books about 4-hour work weeks and morning routines of billionaires. I don't think 5 minutes of sitting still is going to fix 15 years of burnout." And I told him honestly, I wasn't promising it would fix 15 years of burnout. I was only suggesting it might give him 5 minutes a day where he wasn't solving a single problem for anyone, including himself. He tried it mostly out of curiosity, expecting it to fail like everything else he'd tried. The first week, he told me, felt almost irritating. His mind kept generating to-do lists during the silence, kept trying to turn even this quiet moment into another task to optimize. But by the second week, something unexpected happened. He described sitting in his car outside his office, doing the 4-minute version before walking in, and noticing, for what he said was the first time in years, the actual weather. He said, "It sounds ridiculous, but I noticed it was a nice day. I hadn't noticed weather in years. I went straight from house to car, to office to car to house, every single day, like a tunnel." Over the following months, Devendra didn't quit his business or dramatically restructure his life. What changed was smaller and in some ways more important. He started ending his own version of the routine in the evening too, using the same 4 steps to close his day instead of just letting it collapse into sleep from sheer exhaustion. He told me the sentence of intention each morning slowly shifted from being about work, "Today I want to close this deal," to being about how he wanted to be, not just what he wanted to do. "Today I want to actually listen when my son talks to me about his school project." Almost a year later, Devendra sent me a message that I still think about. He said, "I don't feel numb anymore. I still work just as hard, but I feel like a person again, not a function. And it started with 5 minutes I almost didn't bother trying." What Meera and Devendra have in common? I want you to notice something about both of these stories because I think it's the real lesson hiding inside them. Neither Meera nor Devendra changed their entire life circumstances. Meera still has the same demanding job and the same 2 children who need her constantly. Devendra still runs the same business with the same pressures. The 5-minute routine didn't remove the hard parts of their lives. What it gave them was a small, steady center, that spoke in the wheel, that helped them move through the hard parts without losing themselves completely inside them. This, I think, is the honest promise of this routine, and I want to be careful not to oversell it to you. It will not remove your responsibilities. It will not make a difficult job easy or a tiring toddler suddenly calm. What it will do, slowly and quietly, is give you back a small, reliable piece of yourself each day. 5 minutes where you are not reacting to anyone or anything, where you are simply present with your own life for a moment before the noise begins. And here's the part that I think matters most, the part that took me the longest to understand myself. That 5-minute piece doesn't stay contained to 5 minutes. It leaks gently into the rest of your day. The stillness you practice in the morning becomes a half-second of pause before you snap at someone in traffic. The gratitude you whisper becomes a little easier to notice again at random moments in the afternoon. The intention you set becomes a quiet compass you keep bumping into throughout the day, gently correcting your course without you even realizing it's happening. That is the real mechanism behind this routine, not a single dramatic 5 minutes, but a small anchor whose steadiness spreads outward into everything else, the way one still point in a lake sends ripples all the way to the edges. Now that you understand why this works, the anchor concept, the way small repeated actions rewire your default state more reliably than big dramatic ones, and how it played out in Meera and Devendra's very different lives, I want to walk you through the routine itself, not in a rushed bullet point way, but slowly, piece by piece, so that by the end you'll know exactly how to build this for yourself, starting as early as tomorrow morning or even right now. Take one slow breath with me before we continue. Take one slow breath with me before we continue. In through your nose, out gently through your mouth. Let's build this together, one small piece at a time.
The routine itself, step by step. All right, my friend. This is the heart of everything we've been building toward. I'm going to walk you through each of the 4 pieces slowly and completely, not just what to do, but why each piece exists, what it should feel like, what mistakes to avoid, and how to adapt it if your life doesn't look like a quiet house with nobody needing you at 6 a.m. Remember, the whole routine takes about 5 minutes. I want to say that again because I think it's easy to forget once we start going deep into each piece. 5 minutes total for all 4 steps combined. Everything I'm about to explain in detail still adds up to something you can finish before your tea gets cold. Step 1. 2 minutes of silence. This is the heart of everything we've been building toward, so I want to spend real time here. When I say silence, I don't mean meditation in the way it's often taught, with special postures or breathing counts, or apps guiding you through 20 different techniques. I mean something much simpler and, honestly, much more forgiving. You simply stop reaching for input. No phone, no radio, no conversation. Just you, wherever you are, for about 2 minutes, letting your mind be exactly as busy or as quiet as it wants to be. Here is the mistake almost everyone makes when they first try this, so I want to name it clearly so you can skip past it. People expect their mind to go blank, like flipping a switch, and when it doesn't, when thoughts keep arriving about the meeting today, or the argument from yesterday, or what to make for dinner, they think they're doing it wrong. They give up within 3 days because my mind won't stop. Your mind is not supposed to stop. That was never the goal. The goal is simply to stop feeding it new input for 2 minutes and to practice noticing the thoughts that arrive without immediately chasing every single one of them. Think of it like standing at a train station and watching trains pass by without boarding every single one. A thought about work arrives. You notice it. You don't have to solve it right now. You let it continue past. A worry about your child arrives. You notice it. You don't need to fix it in this exact moment. You let it pass. This is genuinely all silence means in this practice. Not an empty mind, a mind you are not chasing. Practically, here's how this looks. The moment you become aware you're awake, whether that's from an alarm, from sunlight, from a child climbing into your bed, it doesn't matter. Before you reach for your phone, before you speak to anyone, you simply stay still for about 2 minutes. Eyes can be open or closed, lying down or sitting up. It genuinely does not matter. What matters is the absence of new input during those 2 minutes. If you share a bed with a partner who wakes at a different time, this still works. You can simply lie quietly beside them. If you have children who wake early and climb into your space immediately, your silence might need to happen slightly differently, and I'll speak to that directly in a few minutes, because I don't want anyone listening to this to feel like this routine only works for people who live alone in perfectly quiet houses. 2 minutes. That's genuinely the entire first step. Let's move to the second. Step 2. 1 written or whispered line of gratitude. After your 2 minutes of silence, you complete 1 single sentence of gratitude. I want to be very specific about the word 1, because I've seen people turn this into a 5-minute gratitude journaling exercise with 10 items, and while that's a beautiful practice on its own, it's not what makes this particular routine sustainable. 1 sentence, that's all. It can be spoken out loud, whispered, or written on a small notepad by your bed, whatever fits your life. The content matters far less than people expect.
It doesn't need to be profound. It doesn't need to be about something large or meaningful in an obvious way. In fact, I'd encourage you to resist the urge to make it poetic or impressive, because that pressure is exactly what makes people quit gratitude practices after a week. They run out of big things to be grateful for and give up entirely. Instead, aim for something small, specific, and true in this exact moment. I'm grateful this blanket is warm. I'm grateful my coffee smells good this morning. I'm grateful I slept for 6 hours instead of 4. I'm grateful for the sound of rain right now. Small, true, specific. That's the formula. Here's why this works better than it sounds like it should. Your brain, left completely unmanaged, tends to scan for problems first. That's simply how attention naturally works, especially after a stressful stretch of life. This one sentence interrupts that default scan and deliberately redirects your attention towards something that is, in this exact moment, actually fine. Not your whole life, not your whole day, just this one small, true thing. Over weeks, something quietly shifts. You start noticing small, good things throughout the day without trying to. The same way if you buy a particular model of car, you suddenly start noticing that same car everywhere on the road. Your attention has simply been trained, gently, to also scan for what's working, not only what's wrong. Step 3. One intentional movement. This is the piece people most often try to skip or turn into something bigger than it needs to be, so let me be precise about what I mean. This is not exercise. I want to say that plainly because I think the word movement makes people immediately think of push-ups or yoga sequences, and that's not what this step is. This is one single, slow, intentional physical gesture. A stretch of your arms overhead, a gentle roll of your shoulders, a slow curl of your spine, even just uncurling your fingers and stretching them wide. The entire step takes maybe 15 to 20 seconds. The purpose here is simple. It's a small physical acknowledgement to your own body that a new day has begun. A brief, deliberate good morning from you to your own body, rather than your body being dragged straight from sleep into motion without ever being consulted. You'll notice, if you pay attention, that most mornings we go from lying still to reaching for a phone to standing up and rushing, all within seconds, without a single moment where we actually inhabit our own body on purpose. This step interrupts that. If you have physical limitations, this can be adapted endlessly. A movement of just your hands, a slow turn of your head, even simply pressing your palms together and noticing the warmth. The specific movement matters far less than the intention behind it. One slow, deliberate gesture that says, I am here, in this body, and I'm choosing to notice that before the day sweeps me away. Step 4. One honest sentence of intention. This final step is, I think, the piece that quietly changes the most over time, so I want to spend real care on it. After your silence, your gratitude, and your movement, you complete one sentence about the kind of day you want to have. I want to draw a clear line here because this is easy to confuse with a to-do list, and it is deliberately not that. A to-do list is about tasks. This sentence is about how you want to move through whatever tasks the day holds. In the early weeks, most people's sentences are still somewhat task-shaped. Today I want to finish that report, or today I want to get through this meeting without panicking. That's completely fine, and it's a normal starting point.
But I want you to notice over the following weeks whether your sentences start shifting from what you want to do towards how you want to be while doing it. Today I want to move a little slower. Today I want to actually listen when my daughter talks to me. Today I want to be patient with myself if I make a mistake. Today I want to notice at least one beautiful thing before it's gone. This shift from doing focused intentions to being focused intentions was, in my own experience, one of the clearest signs that the routine had genuinely started to change something underneath the surface, not just add another item to my morning checklist. I'd encourage you not to force this shift, just notice it if and when it happens naturally, the way you might notice a plant has grown a little without remembering exactly which day it happened.
How the 4 steps link together. Now, I want you to see these 4 pieces not as 4 separate items on a checklist, but as one continuous flowing chain, because that continuity is actually part of what makes this work. Silence creates space. Gratitude fills that space with something true and good. Movement brings that goodness into your actual body, out of pure thought and into physical sensation. And intention carries all of it forward, like a small compass you're setting before stepping out the door. Each piece hands something to the next piece. Silence to gratitude, gratitude to movement, movement to intention, intention out into your entire day. This is why I don't recommend doing these steps in a scattered way throughout your morning. Gratitude at breakfast, movement in the shower, intention on your commute. There's nothing wrong with mindfulness happening throughout your day in general, but this specific routine works because of its continuity, done together in one unbroken 5-minute chain before the noise of the day has had a chance to enter yet. Adapting the routine for real life. I promised you earlier I wouldn't pretend this only works for people with quiet, uninterrupted mornings, so let's talk honestly about real life. If you have young children who wake early and immediately need you, your 2 minutes of silence might happen with a child already in the room, and that's genuinely fine. Silence in this practice doesn't mean isolation. It means not reaching for input yourself. You can be silent internally while your child plays quietly nearby. Some parents I've spoken with do their gratitude and intention sentences out loud specifically with their child listening, which becomes its own quiet gift, the way Mira's daughter began copying her stillness without being taught to. If you work night shifts and your morning is actually 3 p.m., simply do this routine at whatever point in your day functions as your beginning, the moment you wake up, whenever that is. The clock time is irrelevant. What matters is that it happens at the start of your waking hours, before the day's obligations have had a chance to take the wheel. And if you live in a small shared space with no private moment available at all, even the bathroom, sitting on the edge of a bed for 2 minutes before anyone else stirs works completely fine. I've heard from people who do this routine sitting in a parked car before walking into work, specifically because it's the only truly private 5 minutes available to them in their entire day. Wherever you can find 5 minutes of not being needed by anyone else, that's where this routine belongs. And if you miss a day entirely, you oversleep, an emergency happens, a child is sick, anything, I want you to hear this clearly. You have not broken the routine.
There is no streak to protect, no guilt to carry. You simply begin again the next available morning exactly as if nothing happened, because in the terms that actually matter here, nothing did. A missed day is not a failure. It's just a day the routine didn't happen, and that's allowed. Now, I want to actually lead you through this, slowly, in real time, exactly the way you would experience it tomorrow morning. You can follow along right now if you're in a comfortable position, or simply listen and absorb the rhythm of it so you know exactly what to do when you try it yourself. Let's begin. Settle into whatever position you're in right now. You don't need to change anything about where you are. We'll start with the silence. For the next stretch of time, there's nothing to do except notice your own breathing. In gently through your nose, and out slowly through your mouth. If a thought arrives, about today, about yesterday, about anything at all, simply notice it's there, the way you'd notice a train passing a platform, and let it continue on its way. You don't need to chase it, you don't need to solve it right now. Just notice and let it pass. Breathe in and out. Notice the weight of your body wherever it's resting. Notice the temperature of the air against your skin. There's nothing to fix, nothing to plan, nothing to solve. Just this breath and this one. Good. Now, gently, bring to mind one small, true thing you're grateful for in this exact moment. It doesn't need to be large, just something real right now. When you have it, either whisper it quietly or simply hold it clearly in your mind. I'm grateful for. Let yourself actually feel it for a moment, not just think the words, but notice a small warmth or ease that comes with naming it. Now, slowly, let's move your body just slightly. If you're able, reach your arms up above your head gently, without any rush. Feel your spine lengthen just a little. Hold for a breath. And slowly lower your arms back down. Or, if you're lying down, simply stretch your fingers and toes as far as they'll comfortably go. Then let them relax completely. This is your body's own small good morning. And finally, bring to mind one honest sentence about the kind of day you'd like to have. Not a task, but a quality, a way of moving through whatever the day holds. Take your time with this. Today, I want to let the sentence form naturally, whatever it is, even if it surprises you. When you have it, hold it gently, the way you'd hold something small and important in an open hand. That's the entire routine. Silence, gratitude, movement, intention. 5 minutes and you're ready to begin your day carrying something steady with you. You can return to this exact guided section anytime you need it, tomorrow morning or any morning that feels particularly heavy, or even in the middle of a hard afternoon when you need 60 seconds to reset. It will always be here, waiting for you, exactly like this. Now, let's talk about what happens on the days this feels hard, because there will be days it feels hard, and I don't want to leave you unprepared for that.
Why it works on hard days. I want to talk to you now about something most routine-building advice skips over entirely, and I think that's exactly why so many people give up on good habits within the first month. Nobody talks honestly about what happens on the day you miss it. What happens when you skip a day? Here's what usually happens with most self-improvement attempts. You do something for 3, 5, maybe 10 days in a row. You feel proud of yourself. You start to believe this time is different. And then, one day, a sick child, a terrible night's sleep, an emergency at work, or honestly, sometimes just forgetting, you miss it. And here's the moment that determines almost everything about whether a routine survives long-term or quietly dies within a month. Not the missed day itself, what you tell yourself about the missed day. Most of us have been trained, often without realizing it, to treat a missed day as evidence of failure. I knew I couldn't keep this up. I always do this. I start strong and then I quit. What's the point of starting again if I'm just going to break it eventually anyway? This voice feels like honesty, but it's actually a trap, and it's the single biggest reason good habits don't survive contact with real life. Real life always eventually produces a missed day. Always. For every single person, no matter how disciplined. The question was never whether you'd miss a day. The question is only what happens after. I want to offer you a different way of thinking about this, one that took me a long time to genuinely believe, not just intellectually understand. A missed day is not a broken streak. It's not evidence that you're someone who can't follow through. It's simply a day the routine didn't happen. Exactly the way a rainy day is simply a day it rained, not a personal failing of the sky. The method I use, and the one I want to give you, is deceptively simple. When you miss a day, you don't try to make up for it. You don't do a double routine the next day to compensate. You don't spend energy on guilt or self-criticism. You simply do the routine again, once, the very next time you wake up, exactly as if nothing had happened. Because in the way that actually matters, nothing did happen. One missed day out of thousands of mornings in your life is genuinely nothing. It only becomes something if you let the story you tell about it convince you to stop entirely. Priyanka's story. I want to tell you about Priyanka because her story is, I think, the clearest example of exactly this pattern and how close so many of us come to quitting something that would have quietly changed everything simply because of one hard day early on. Priyanka found this routine during a particularly difficult stretch of her life. She had recently gone through a breakup, was living alone for the first time in years, and described her evenings and mornings as just empty space I didn't know what to do with. She started the routine with real enthusiasm. The first 3 days went smoothly. She told me she genuinely looked forward to her 2 minutes of silence, that it felt like the only part of her day that belonged entirely to her. On day 4, everything fell apart, at least from her perspective at the time. She woke up late for an important meeting, rushed straight into her day without a single moment of stillness, and by the time she remembered the routine, it was nearly noon, and she was already deep into a stressful, chaotic day. She told me later that her first thought was almost violent in its harshness. Of course, I ruined it already. I always do this. And she almost didn't try again the next morning. She told me she genuinely sat there, on day 5, with the thought fully formed, what's the point? I already broke it. And this is the moment I want you to really sit with, because I think so many of us have stood exactly where Priyanka stood, at that exact fork in the road, more times than we probably realize. What made the difference for her, she told me, was a message I'd sent her group a few days earlier, almost as an aside that she happened to reread that morning. A missed day is not a broken streak, it's just a day. Begin again like nothing happened, because nothing did. She said something in that sentence gave her permission she didn't know she needed. She tried the routine again on day 5, fully expecting to feel like a failure doing it. Instead, she told me it felt almost like coming home. The same stillness was still there, waiting, completely unbothered by the fact that she'd missed a single day. Priyanka went on to keep this routine with what she estimates as roughly 1 missed day every couple of weeks for over 8 months by the time she last messaged me. She told me something that I think captures the entire point of this section better than I could say it myself. The missed days stopped meaning anything once I stopped making them mean something. Now they're just Tuesdays where I forgot. Nothing more dramatic than that. I share Priyanka's story because I suspect some of you listening right now have a version of this exact pattern somewhere in your own history. Not just with morning routines, but with exercise, with eating well, with any attempt at change. 1 missed day followed by a harsh internal story, followed by quietly giving up entirely. I want you to notice, right now, before you even begin this routine tomorrow, that this pattern is coming, it will show up, and when it does, I want you to remember Priyanka, sitting there on day 5, 1 small sentence away from either giving up completely or discovering that a missed day genuinely changes nothing about who you are or what you're capable of continuing. The 2-minute version for truly impossible days. Even with the no-guilt return method fully understood, there will be mornings so genuinely chaotic, a flight to catch, a family emergency, a child who's been sick all night, that even 5 minutes feels impossible. For exactly these mornings, I want to give you a compressed version that takes closer to 90 seconds so that the chain never fully breaks even on your hardest days. On these mornings, you simply combine all 4 steps into a few breaths. 1 breath of stillness. On the exhale, silently name 1 small true thing you're grateful for. On the next inhale, 1 small physical movement, even just rolling your shoulders once. On the exhale, 1 word or short phrase of intention. It doesn't need to be a full sentence on these days. Even a single word like patience or gentle or steady is enough. This compressed version isn't meant to replace the full routine as your standard practice. It exists specifically as a bridge, so that even on the mornings life gives you almost nothing, you still touch each of the 4 pieces, briefly, and the chain continues unbroken in spirit, even if the form is smaller that day. I want to be honest with you about something important here. The goal was never perfection. The goal was never really about the 5 minutes themselves, not really. The real goal underneath all of this is building a relationship with yourself where you can be trusted to show up in whatever small way is available, especially on the days it would be easiest to disappear entirely. That trust, the quiet, accumulating evidence that you keep showing up for yourself, even imperfectly, even briefly, even after missing a day, is, I believe, the actual thing that changes a life. Not the 5 minutes themselves, but what those 5 minutes prove to you about yourself morning after morning, missed day after missed day, return after return. Let's talk now about where all of this quietly shows up in the rest of your life, because the effects of this routine rarely stay contained to just those 5 minutes. They spread, slowly, into places you might not expect.
Life areas. It quietly changes. I told you earlier that this routine doesn't stay contained to 5 minutes. It leaks outward,
gently into the rest of your day and over time into the rest of your life. I want to walk you through exactly where I've seen this happen most clearly, in myself and in the many people who've shared their own experiences with me over the years. 4 areas in particular keep coming up again and again: relationships, work and focus, health, and something harder to name, which I can only call self-worth. Relationships. This is, I think, the area people are most surprised by, because on the surface, a solo 5-minute morning routine seems to have nothing to do with how you treat other people. But consider what actually happens when you skip any kind of grounding in the morning and go straight from sleep into demands: a phone full of messages, a child asking for something, a partner mentioning a problem before you've even had a sip of water. You meet all of it from a completely reactive place because nothing has settled yet. You're essentially handling other people's needs using whatever raw, unprocessed emotional material you woke up with. When you've had even 5 minutes of silence, gratitude, movement, and intention before the demands begin, you meet the exact same messages, the exact same requests, the exact same problems from a slightly steadier place. Not a perfect place. You're still human. You'll still get irritated sometimes. You'll still have hard days. But there's a small buffer now, a few seconds of space between something happening and how you respond to it. And in relationships, that few seconds of space is often the entire difference between a snap reaction you regret and a response you're actually proud of. I think of something Mira told me months into her practice. She said her husband had commented, without her bringing up the routine at all, that she seemed to actually hear him now when he spoke, rather than half listening while already mentally moving to the next task. That's not a small thing. That's the accumulated result of hundreds of mornings where she practiced, in a small, contained way, the exact skill of noticing before reacting, a skill that then quietly showed up in every conversation for the rest of her day. Work and focus. In the realm of work, the shift tends to look different but rhymes with the same underlying pattern. Most of us start our workdays in a reactive mode, checking messages first thing, letting the most urgent-seeming thing dictate our first hour, essentially handing the steering wheel of our attention to whoever or whatever demanded it loudest. This isn't a moral failing, it's simply the default when nothing has claimed that first attention before the demands arrive. When your day begins with even a few minutes of intentional stillness and a clearly named intention, not a task list, but a quality you want to bring to your work, something subtle shifts in how you approach the first real decision of your day. You're slightly more likely to choose rather than simply react. Devendra described this to me in a way I found genuinely striking. He said before the routine, his days were a series of fires I was putting out in whatever order they appeared. After several months of practice, he said his days had become still full of fires, but now I get to choose which one to walk towards first, instead of just running towards whichever is loudest. That distinction, reacting versus choosing, doesn't eliminate a demanding job or a genuinely overwhelming workload, but it changes your relationship to that workload, which over months and years compounds into something that looks from the outside like resilience or focus or leadership,
even though it started as nothing more dramatic than 5 quiet minutes before the day began.
Health. The health effects of this routine tend to surprise people the most because nothing about the routine directly touches diet or exercise, and yet, again and again, people report improved sleep, more stable appetite, and steadier energy throughout the day. I want to explain why this happens because I think understanding the mechanism makes it easier to trust rather than dismissing it as coincidence. A body that begins its day in a slightly calmer state tends to release stress hormones more gradually throughout the day, rather than in the sharp spikes that come from waking up straight into chaos and reactivity. Over weeks, this gentler hormonal rhythm tends to support better sleep at night because your nervous system isn't running at a slightly elevated baseline for the entire day, every day. Appetite often stabilizes for similar reasons. A body that isn't running on constant low-grade stress tends to send clearer, less confused hunger and fullness signals. None of this happens quickly, and I want to be honest that it's not a guaranteed effect for everyone. Bodies and circumstances vary enormously. But the pattern shows up often enough across enough different people I've spoken with that I think it's worth mentioning clearly. A 5-minute practice that has nothing directly to do with diet or exercise can still meaningfully support both, simply by changing the baseline state your entire day and eventually your entire body operates from. Self-worth. The compounding effect of small kept promises. This last area is, I think, the most important one, and also the hardest to explain clearly, so I want to take my time with it. There is a particular kind of quiet damage that happens to a person's sense of self when they repeatedly make promises to themselves and don't keep them. Not big dramatic betrayals, just the accumulated weight of 100 small "I'll start Monday" moments that never quite happen. 100 small "this time will be different" attempts that quietly fizzle out. Each one on its own seems too small to matter, but they accumulate into something I've come to think of as a kind of self-distrust, a quiet background belief that you can't fully rely on your own follow-through in even small things. This matters more than it might sound like, because that background belief doesn't stay contained to morning routines. It seeps into how you approach everything: new opportunities, difficult conversations, bigger life changes. If some quiet part of you doesn't fully trust that you'll follow through on what you set out to do, it becomes harder to commit fully to anything, because some part of you is bracing in advance for the familiar pattern of starting and then quietly stopping. This is why I believe the small size of this routine isn't a limitation, it's actually the entire point. Because it asks so little of you, you can actually keep the promise, day after day, even through missed days and imperfect returns. And each time you keep it, even in its 90-second emergency form, even after missing 3 days in a row and starting again anyway, you generate a small piece of evidence that quietly contradicts that old belief. I said I would show up for myself, and I did, again, even today. Repeated enough times, that evidence accumulates into something genuinely different. A person who has come to trust their own follow-through again, not because of one dramatic act of willpower, but because of hundreds of small, kept promises. This, more than better sleep or calmer relationships or steadier focus, is what I believe actually changed my life, and what I've watched change the lives of people like Meera, Devendra, and Priyanka. Not the 5 minutes themselves, what those 5 minutes repeated and returned to again and again, quietly proved to each of them about who they are and what they're capable of sustaining. I want you to sit with that for a moment, because I think it's easy to hear all of this and still think this is just about a morning routine. It isn't, not really. It's about rebuilding a relationship with yourself, one small kept promise at a time, until trusting yourself again stops feeling like something you're hoping for and starts feeling like something you simply know. Now, I want to guide you through an extended version of this practice, a longer, slower walkthrough you can return to any time, whether it's tomorrow morning or a difficult afternoon 3 months from now when you need to remember exactly how this feels. What I want to give you now is different from the walkthrough earlier. That one was quick, meant to show the shape of the routine. This one is meant to be lived in, slower, longer, with real space between each part, the kind of guided practice you can return to on a morning when you have a little more time, or on any day when your mind feels especially loud and you need more than 90 seconds to settle. You don't need to do anything to prepare. Wherever you are right now, in bed, sitting up, lying on your side, that's exactly the right position. Let your eyes close if that feels comfortable, or keep them softly unfocused if you prefer. There's nothing to get right here. There's only this next slow stretch of time which belongs entirely to you. The extended morning version. Let's begin with the breath, because everything else rests on top of it. Take a slow breath in through your nose, let it fill your chest, then your belly, and release it slowly through your mouth, longer than the inhale, like letting a held sigh finally go. One more time. In gently and out. Slower this time, feeling your shoulders drop just slightly with the exhale. Good. Now let your breathing return to its own natural rhythm. You don't need to control it anymore. Just notice it happening on its own, the way it's been happening quietly your entire life without you ever having to think about it. As you rest here, thoughts will arrive. That's completely expected, completely normal, not a sign anything is wrong. A thought about today might drift in. Notice it, the way you'd notice a cloud passing overhead, and let it continue moving without needing to follow it anywhere. A memory from yesterday might surface. Notice it gently and let it pass, the same unhurried way. There is nowhere else you need to be right now except exactly here, breathing, noticing, letting things come and go without needing to hold on to any of them. Feel the weight of your body wherever it's resting, the mattress beneath you, or the chair supporting you, or the floor beneath your feet if you're sitting. Notice that you are being held, quite literally, by whatever surface you're resting on. There's nothing you need to earn that support. It's simply there, holding you, the same way it will keep holding you for as long as you need it to. Let's stay in this stillness a little longer, breathing in and out. If your mind wanders far away into planning or worrying, that's all right. Simply notice you wandered without any judgment about it, and gently return your attention to the breath, the way you might gently guide a wandering child back by the hand, with patience, not frustration. Breathing in and out. Now, slowly, let's move into gratitude. Let your mind search, gently, for one small true thing in this exact moment that you're grateful for. It doesn't need to be big. In fact, the smaller and more specific, the better it tends to work. Maybe it's the warmth of the blanket around you. Maybe it's the quiet of the room. Maybe it's simply the fact that you woke up at all today, which is no small thing, even on ordinary mornings. When you find it, hold it gently in your mind, or whisper it softly out loud if you like. I'm grateful for... Let yourself actually feel it, not just think the words. Notice if there's a small warmth, a small ease that comes with naming it clearly. Stay with that feeling for another breath, in and out. Let the gratitude settle, the way warm water settles into a cold room, slowly filling the space. Now let's bring gentle movement into your body. If you're able, slowly raise your arms above your head, unhurried, feeling the stretch travel up through your ribs and into your shoulders. Hold there for a breath, feeling the length in your spine, and slowly lower your arms back down, letting them rest completely. If you're lying down, you might instead stretch your legs long, pointing your toes, then releasing everything, letting your whole body go soft and heavy again. Notice how your body feels different now than it did a few minutes ago. A small shift, maybe subtle but real. This is your body's own quiet good morning, a small act of care before the day asks anything else of it. And now, finally, let's arrive at intention. Not a task, not a to-do list, simply a quality, a way you'd like to move through whatever this day holds. Let the sentence form on its own, without forcing it. Today, I want to... Maybe it's patience, maybe it's presence, maybe it's simply gentleness with yourself if things don't go as planned. Whatever arrives, trust it. Hold this sentence the way you'd hold something small and important in an open palm, not gripping it tightly, just carrying it with you as you go. Take one final slow breath here. In, feeling complete, and out, feeling ready. When you're ready, and only when you're ready, you can gently open your eyes or simply notice the room around you if they're already open. The 5 minutes are complete. You are steady. You are ready to begin. The evening closing version of this same practice now, adapted for the end of the day rather than the beginning. Many people who use the morning version eventually find themselves wanting something similar at night, a way to close the day with the same intentional care they opened it with, rather than simply collapsing into sleep from exhaustion. This version uses the same 4 pieces, but gently reshaped for closing rather than opening. Find yourself settled for the night, in bed, lights low, whatever your usual evening position is. Let's begin, as always, with the breath. In slowly through your nose, and out, long and slow, like releasing the entire day in one gentle exhale. One more time, in and out, feeling your whole body soften a little more with each release. Let 2 minutes of stillness settle over you now, this time not to prepare for a day ahead, but to let today's day finally end. If thoughts about today arrive, a conversation, a task left unfinished, a small worry, notice them, the way you noticed thoughts this morning, and let them pass without chasing them. They don't need solving right now. Tonight is not for solving. Tonight is only for letting go. In and out. Now, gently, bring to mind one true thing from today you're grateful for, something that actually happened, however small. Maybe a moment of laughter, maybe a quiet cup of tea, maybe simply that today, despite everything, is now complete,
and you made it through. Hold it gently. Let yourself feel it, the way you did this morning, a small warmth settling in before sleep. Let's move your body one more time before rest, not to wake it up now, but to release whatever tension the day left behind. Slowly roll your shoulders back once, feeling anything held there begin to loosen. Let your jaw soften. Let your hands unclench if they've been holding anything all day. Feel your whole body sinking a little deeper into whatever is holding you right now, heavier, softer, more at ease. And finally, instead of an intention for the day ahead, let's close with a small intention for your rest itself. Tonight, I want to... Maybe it's simply rest completely. Maybe it's let today be enough, even if it wasn't perfect. Whatever arrives, let it be the last conscious thought you carry into sleep, a small, steady hand guiding you gently into rest. Breathe in one final time, and out, long and complete. There's nothing more to do now, nowhere else to be, just this bed, this breath, this quiet ending to today. Sleep well whenever it comes. You did enough today. You are enough, exactly as you are right now. You can return to either of these guided sections anytime, the morning version on a day you need extra grounding, or the evening version on a night your mind won't quite settle on its own. They'll always be here in this exact form, waiting for you whenever you need them. Now, let's talk about how to actually build this into a lasting habit over the next 30 days. And I want to end today with one more story, the one about where I am now, a good while after that first accidental 90 seconds of stillness.
More real stories. I want to keep going with more stories now, because I think the more different lives you hear this routine touch, the easier it becomes to see exactly where it might fit into your own. So far, we've talked about Meera, Devindra, and Priyanka. Now I want to introduce you to 3 more people, very different ages, very different circumstances, who found this same small anchor in their own way. Arjun's story. Arjun was 20 years old in his second year of college when he first wrote to me. He described himself, in his own words, as someone who looks fine on the outside and is falling apart on the inside. He was doing well academically, had friends, seemed by every outside measure to be a normal, functioning student, but he told me he was living almost constantly with a low hum of anxiety that never fully switched off, a tightness in his chest before classes, a racing mind at night that made sleep difficult, a persistent feeling that he was one bad exam away from everything collapsing. He had tried, he told me, almost everything that gets recommended to young people struggling with anxiety, breathing apps that he'd download, use twice and forget, exercise routines that started strong for a week and disappeared under exam pressure, even therapy, which he found genuinely helpful, but which only happened once a week, leaving 6 other days where he felt like he was navigating alone. What drew Arjun to this 5-minute routine, he told me, was almost desperation more than hope. He said, "I don't believe 5 minutes can do anything for anxiety this big, but I'm tired of starting things that need an hour I don't have, so I'll try the small thing instead." The first 2 weeks, he told me honestly, felt like nothing was happening. His anxiety didn't disappear. The tightness in his chest still showed up most mornings, but he kept doing the routine anyway. Mostly, he said, because it was small enough that even an anxious morning couldn't talk him out of 5 minutes. Around the 4th week, he noticed something small but specific. He was walking into an exam, and in the middle of his usual pre-exam spiral of thoughts, one line arrived unbidden in his own voice, the same line he'd been whispering each morning. "Today, I want to trust myself a little more." He said it didn't erase his nerves, but it gave him something to hold on to in the middle of them, like a single steady handhold in the middle of a storm. Arjun still lives with anxiety. He was honest with me that this routine hasn't erased it, and I think it's important I'm honest with you about that too, because I don't want to promise this fixes something as real and complex as clinical anxiety on its own. What he told me changed is that he now has a reliable 5 minutes each morning where he practices, in a small, contained way, the exact skill his anxiety makes so difficult the rest of the day, noticing a thought without being swept away by it. It's like practice, he told me. 5 minutes of practice at the thing I need to do all day anyway, just noticing thoughts instead of drowning in them.
Kamla Ji's story. Kamla Ji was 68 years old when her daughter first told her about this routine. She had retired 4 years earlier after a long career as a school teacher, and she described the years since retirement in a way that broke my heart a little when I first read it. She said, "I spent 40 years being needed by hundreds of children every single day. Now I wake up and nobody needs anything from me at all. I don't know what to do with a day that doesn't need me." This is a kind of quiet grief that doesn't get talked about enough, I think. The particular emptiness that can follow a life of being deeply needed once that need suddenly stops. Kamla Ji told me she'd tried filling her days with television, with phone calls to old colleagues, with small errands, but nothing quite touched the specific hollow feeling of mornings that used to start with purpose and now simply started with nothing at all. Her daughter suggested this routine almost casually, not expecting much. Kamla Ji was, by her own admission, skeptical. She'd spent decades teaching structured lessons to children, and the idea of 5 minutes of unstructured silence felt, at first, almost wasteful. But she tried it, mostly to please her daughter. What surprised her, she told me, was the gratitude piece specifically. She said 40 years of teaching had trained her to notice what students needed to improve, what wasn't working, what required correction. She realized, doing this routine, that she'd almost lost the habit of simply noticing what was already good without needing to fix or improve it. Her first gratitude sentences, she said, felt awkward, almost foreign. "I'm grateful for this cup of tea" felt like a strange sentence for a woman who'd spent decades focused on lesson plans and student progress reports. But over months, something gentle shifted. Kamla Ji told me the intention piece eventually became the part she looked forward to most. Her sentences started sounding like this: "Today I want to call an old friend, just to talk, not because anyone needs me to. Today I want to sit in the garden and notice the birds, for no reason at all." She told me with what I could feel was quiet emotion, even through her written words. "I spent my whole life being needed by others. This 5 minutes taught me I'm allowed to simply exist, gently, for myself, without needing to be needed to matter." Farhan's story. Farhan was a single father of 2 young children, working 2 jobs to support his family after his wife had passed away 2 years earlier. When he first found this routine, he told me plainly, "I don't have 5 minutes, I have negative 5 minutes. I'm already behind before the day even starts." I want to be honest that Farhan's situation is one of the hardest kinds to speak to because his exhaustion was real, structural, not simply a matter of poor time management. 2 jobs, 2 young children, and grief he hadn't fully had time to process because life simply hadn't stopped long enough to let him do so. What made this routine possible for Farhan wasn't finding 5 extra minutes in an already impossible schedule. It was recognizing a 5 minutes that already existed but was being spent differently. The 5 minutes he spent scrolling his phone in the school drop-off line each morning, waiting for the gate to open. He decided to try the routine there instead, sitting in his car, engine off, before his children even woke up enough to need him. He told me the first week felt almost impossible to sit still for because his mind was so full of logistics, what needed to happen that day, what bills were due, what his children needed. But he kept returning to it, mostly, he said, because it was the only 5 minutes in his entire day that belonged only to him, and some part of him refused to give that up once he'd found it. Months later, Farhan told me something that I think captures why this routine matters so much for people in genuinely difficult circumstances, not just comfortable ones. He said, "I still don't have enough time. I probably never will, not with this schedule. But now I have 5 minutes where I'm not a father, not an employee, not someone managing a crisis. I'm just a person breathing for 5 minutes before I become all those other things again. That 5 minutes doesn't fix my life, but it reminds me I'm still in here, underneath everything I'm carrying."
What these stories have in common. I want you to notice something across all 6 stories I've shared with you today. Meera, Devendra, Priyanka, Arjun, Kamlaji, and Farhan. 6 completely different lives. A teacher, an exhausted single father. 6 different starting points, 6 different struggles, and yet the same small 5-minute routine found its way into each of their lives, and each of them found something slightly different waiting inside it. Connection, purpose, steadiness, practice, permission, and simply the reminder of still being a person underneath everything they carry. This, I think, is the real evidence that this isn't a routine designed for one specific kind of life. It's small enough and flexible enough to bend into whatever shape your specific life requires. A car in a school drop-off line, a bed shared with a partner, a quiet chair after 40 years of being needed, a moment of practice for a mind that struggles to quiet itself. Wherever you are starting from today, there is very likely a version of this routine already waiting to fit into the actual shape of your actual life, not some idealized version of a life you don't have. Now, I want to address something directly. The specific obstacles that tend to stop different kinds of people from sticking with something like this, because I suspect some of you listening recognize yourselves in one of these patterns, and I want to speak to you directly about it. Obstacles by personality type. I've watched enough people attempt this routine now, through messages, comments, conversations, to notice that the reasons people abandon it tend to fall into a small number of recognizable patterns. I want to walk through 3 of the most common ones with you directly, because I suspect you'll recognize yourself in at least one of them, and naming the pattern in advance is often enough to help you walk past it when it shows up. The perfectionist. If you're someone who tends to do things fully and correctly or not at all, I want to speak to you directly for a moment, because this routine is going to test something in you that most advice never addresses honestly. The perfectionist pattern usually shows up like this. You start the routine with real enthusiasm. You do it exactly as described, full 5 minutes, all 4 steps in order, every single morning. For the first week or 2, this works beautifully because your natural discipline carries you through. Then, inevitably, a morning arrives where circumstances don't allow the full version. You oversleep, a child needs you immediately, an emergency call comes in right as you wake. And here is where the perfectionist pattern becomes dangerous. Rather than doing the compressed 90-second version we talked about, or simply skipping that day and returning tomorrow without guilt, the perfectionist mind often decides, if I can't do it properly, there's no point doing it at all. And that single thought, repeated across a few difficult mornings, quietly ends the entire practice. Not because the routine failed, but because the standard for doing it right was set impossibly high from the very beginning. If this sounds like you, I want to offer a specific reframe. The goal of this routine was never to do it perfectly. The goal was to build a relationship with yourself where you show up in whatever form is available, especially on the days a perfect version isn't possible. A 90-second, half-remembered version of this routine on a chaotic morning is not a failed attempt at the real thing. It is the real thing, in its smallest available form, and it counts exactly as much as the full 5-minute version on an easy day. I'd encourage you specifically to practice the 90-second emergency version deliberately, even on days when you could do the full version, just to build comfort with imperfect practice before you actually need it. Perfectionism left unchecked doesn't protect the quality of your routine, it quietly guarantees its eventual abandonment, because perfect conditions are rare, and a routine that only survives under perfect conditions isn't really a routine at all. The skeptic. If you're someone who's naturally analytical, who tends to question whether something actually works before investing real effort into it, I want to speak to you too, because I understand this instinct well, and I don't think it needs to be abandoned to benefit from this routine. The skeptic pattern usually shows up as a kind of premature judgment. You try the routine for 3, maybe 5 days. Nothing dramatic happens, you don't feel transformed, your problems haven't disappeared, your anxiety or exhaustion or numbness is still largely present, and the skeptic mind, reasonably enough, concludes, this isn't working, I'm not seeing results, this is just another wellness trend that doesn't actually do anything. The routine gets quietly filed away with every other thing that didn't work, and the skeptic moves on, feeling in a strange way vindicated in their skepticism. Here's what I want to offer you specifically, because I think this pattern deserves a genuinely reasoned response, not just encouragement to trust the process. The mechanism this routine relies on, small repeated actions gradually shifting a baseline state, is simply not designed to produce visible results in 3 to 5 days. That's not a flaw in the routine, it's simply a basic feature of how gradual change actually works in almost every domain, from physical fitness to skill building to relationship repair. Nobody expects to see visible muscle change after 3 days of light exercise, and yet the same person often expects to feel transformed after 3 days of a 5-minute mental practice. The honest, reasonable evaluation window for something like this is somewhere between 6 and 12 weeks, not 3 to 5 days. If you're naturally skeptical, I'd invite you to treat that skepticism as a genuine hypothesis worth testing properly, rather than a verdict reached prematurely. Give it the actual time the mechanism requires before drawing a conclusion either way.
That's not blind faith, that's simply accurate experimental design applied to your own life.
The chronic starter is, I think, the most painful one to sit with, because it usually comes bundled with real self-judgment already attached. If you're someone who has started and stopped many things across your life, diets, exercise routines, journaling practices, meditation apps, and has come to believe something like, "I'm just not someone who can stick to things," I want to speak to you most carefully of all, because I don't think that belief is actually true, even though I understand exactly why it feels true. The chronic starter pattern usually isn't really about lacking discipline. In my experience talking with people who describe themselves this way, what's actually happening is a repeated cycle of starting something too large, too demanding, too dependent on motivation, having it inevitably collapse under real life's pressure, and then interpreting that collapse as evidence of personal failure rather than evidence that the routine itself was poorly designed for sustainability. 15-item morning checklists, hour-long meditation practices, strict 5-day-a-week gym commitments, these aren't things most people fail at because they lack discipline. They're things most people eventually abandon because they were never actually sustainable in the context of a real, busy, imperfect life, regardless of who was attempting them. If this is you, I want to offer something gently different from encouragement. I want to offer a reframe of the evidence itself. Every previous attempt that failed wasn't proof that you can't sustain something. It was, more likely, proof that the something was too large to sustain for anyone in real conditions. This routine is deliberately, specifically designed to be small enough that the usual reasons things collapse, no time, no motivation, life getting in the way, mostly don't apply, because it asks for 5 minutes, forgivable, adaptable, and requires no equipment, no perfect environment, and thanks to the no guilt return method we discussed earlier, no unbroken streak to protect. I'd invite you, if you recognize yourself as a chronic starter, to try this specific routine not as one more thing I'll probably quit, but as a genuinely different kind of test, the smallest, most forgiving version of a habit you'll likely ever attempt. If even this doesn't stick, that would be useful information. But I suspect, based on what I've seen across many people who described themselves exactly this way, that it will stick precisely because it was never asking for the kind of large, demanding commitment that broke your previous attempts. The problem was very likely never you. It was very likely the size of what you were asking of yourself. A word for anyone who recognizes more than one of these 3 patterns. Some of you listening probably recognize pieces of yourself in more than one of these 3 patterns: a little perfectionist, a little skeptical, a little worn down by previous failed attempts. That's completely normal. These patterns aren't mutually exclusive, and most of us carry a blend of all 3 to varying degrees, depending on the day. The response to all 3, interestingly, is the same underlying principle. Keep the routine small, forgive missed or imperfect days completely, and give the practice genuine time before evaluating whether it's working. Smallness protects against the perfectionist's impossible standards. Time protects against the skeptic's premature judgment. Forgiveness protects against the chronic starter's harsh self-story. All 3 obstacles, despite looking different on the surface, are dissolved by the same simple commitment: 5 minutes, return to again and again, evaluated honestly only after real time has passed. Now, I want to take you a little deeper into the actual science behind why this works, not in a complicated, jargon-heavy way, but in simple, everyday language, because I think understanding the mechanism, even loosely, tends to strengthen commitment far more than blind encouragement ever could.
The science deeper. I want to take a little more time now on the actual mechanics behind why this routine works, because I think understanding it, even loosely, tends to strengthen your commitment far more than simply being told to trust the process. I promise to keep this in plain, everyday language, no complicated terminology, just simple explanations of what's actually happening inside you when you practice this each morning. Your nervous system has two main settings. Think of your nervous system as having, broadly speaking, two main switches, like a dimmer switch with two ends. On one end is a state we can simply call alert mode. This is where your body prepares for action, for threat, for urgency. Your heart beats a little faster, your muscles hold a little more tension, your attention narrows onto whatever seems most immediately important or dangerous. This state is incredibly useful in short bursts. It's what helps you react quickly to a car swerving toward you, or push through the final stretch of an urgent deadline. On the other end of that dimmer switch is a state we can call settled mode. This is where your body rests, repairs, digests, and where your attention can widen out to notice more than just immediate threats. This is the state your body needs regularly in order to function well over the long term, for sleep to be restful, for digestion to work properly, for your mind to be able to think clearly rather than just react quickly. Here's the problem most of us face in modern life, and I suspect this describes your experience too. Most mornings begin by immediately activating alert mode, a jarring alarm, a phone full of overnight notifications, a mental scan of everything urgent that needs handling today. Your nervous system gets pushed toward the alert end of that dimmer switch before you've even gotten out of bed, and for many people, it simply stays there at varying intensities for the entire day, every day, without ever returning fully to the settled end, even during supposed rest. Over time, a nervous system that rarely returns to the settled mode starts to show wear in exactly the ways we discussed earlier: poor sleep, inconsistent appetite, quick reactivity, a background hum of tension that never fully switches off. This isn't a character flaw or a sign of weakness, it's simply what happens to a system that's rarely given the chance to return to its other setting. What the routine actually does. Here's where this 5-minute routine becomes relevant, and I think this is genuinely the clearest way to understand its mechanism. Each of the 4 steps gently nudges your nervous system toward the settled end of that dimmer switch, right at the very start of your day, before alert mode has had a chance to fully take over. The 2 minutes of silence directly interrupts the usual immediate activation. No urgent notification, no jarring input, just space for your nervous system's default settling response to begin, uninterrupted. The gratitude sentence adds something further. Deliberately noticing something good and safe in your immediate environment is one of the more reliable ways to signal to your nervous system that in this exact moment there's nothing urgent requiring alert mode. The gentle movement supports this further, releasing small pockets of physical tension your body may have accumulated even during sleep. And the intention sentence, rather than being neutral, actually carries this settled state forward with you, because you're choosing consciously how you want to move through the day, rather than that choice being made for you by whatever demand arrives first and loudest. None of this fully prevents alert mode from activating later in your day. That would be neither possible nor even desirable, since some alert mode activation is genuinely useful and necessary. What this routine does, more precisely, is establish your starting point a little closer to settled mode, so that even when alert mode does activate later, a stressful meeting, a difficult conversation, an unexpected problem, you're moving from a slightly steadier baseline, rather than from a baseline that was already elevated before the day even properly began. Why repetition matters more than intensity. I want to explain one more piece of this because I think it clarifies exactly why 5 minutes repeated daily outperforms an occasional hour-long practice, even though the hour-long version might feel more impressive or thorough in the moment. Your nervous system, much like any other system that adapts over time, responds more reliably to consistent, repeated signals than to occasional, intense ones. Think of it a little like training a specific pathway through a forest. If you walk the exact same path through tall grass once, briefly, it barely leaves a trace. The grass springs back, and by tomorrow there's no visible sign a path exists at all. But if you walk that same path every single day, even briefly, even just for a few minutes each time, the grass beneath your feet gradually flattens, and a clear, easy path begins to form, one that becomes easier and easier to walk without conscious effort each time you use it.
5 minutes of settled mode practice repeated daily works very similarly. Each individual session might feel small, even insignificant in the moment, but the repetition itself is what does the real work, gradually establishing an easier, more well-worn path back to a settled nervous system state, one your body can find more and more automatically over time, the same way a path through grass becomes easier to walk the more it's used. An occasional hour-long practice, by contrast, is like walking through that same tall grass once a month. Even though the single walk is longer and more thorough, it never has the chance to actually establish a lasting, easy-to-find path, because too much time and too much regrowth happens between each occasional use. This is, in plain language, the entire scientific case for why 5 minutes daily consistently outperforms occasional longer practices for building a genuinely different baseline state. Not because 5 minutes is inherently more powerful than an hour, but because consistency, not intensity, is what actually builds a lasting, easily accessible pathway. A note on neuroplasticity, simply explained. You may have heard the term neuroplasticity before. It can sound complicated, but the underlying idea is actually simple and directly relevant here. Neuroplasticity simply refers to your brain's ability to change its structure and function based on repeated experience throughout your entire life, not just during childhood, as was once commonly believed. What this means, practically, for our purposes, is that the specific mental skill this routine practices, noticing a thought without immediately reacting to it, deliberately shifting attention toward what's good rather than only what's wrong, choosing an intention rather than simply reacting to whatever arrives first, These are not fixed traits you either have or don't have. They are skills, in the truest sense, that become more accessible and more automatic the more frequently they're practiced, exactly the same way any other skill strengthens with repetition, whether that's a physical skill like an athletic movement or a mental skill like solving a particular type of problem. This is why the small size of this routine isn't a compromise or a lesser version of real mental practice. 5 focused minutes of repeated practice done consistently over months genuinely builds the underlying skill more reliably than sporadic longer sessions, because the skill being built, noticing, redirecting, choosing, depends fundamentally on repetition, not on duration. I hope this deeper look at the mechanism gives you something solid to stand on, especially if you're the kind of person, like we discussed in the last section, who benefits from understanding why something works before fully committing to it. The routine isn't mysterious or magical. It's a small, deliberately repeated signal to a nervous system that, like all of ours, responds far more to consistency than to occasional intensity. Now, I want to give you several more guided variations of this practice, versions specifically designed for a stressful afternoon, for a moment of rising anxiety, and one longer, slower, repetition-based segment you can return to anytime you need extra settling.
More guided variations of this practice now, adapted for specific moments that don't happen at the start or end of the day, but right in the middle of it, when life suddenly demands something steady from you without any warning at all. The midday reset. There will be afternoons where something happens, a difficult email, a tense conversation, an overwhelming stretch of hours, and you need a version of this practice that doesn't require lying down or having 5 uninterrupted minutes. This midday version is built for exactly that and takes about 2 to 3 minutes, something you can do at a desk, in a bathroom stall, in a parked car, anywhere you can find a small pocket of privacy. Let's practice it together right now, so you have the exact feeling of it in your body before you need it for real. Wherever you're sitting, let your feet rest flat on the ground beneath you. Take one breath in, feeling your chest expand, and release it slowly, feeling your shoulders drop just slightly. One more. In and out, a little longer than the inhale. Now, silently, name one small, true thing about this exact moment you can be grateful for, even something as small as, "I'm grateful I get to sit down for a second," or "I'm grateful this hard conversation is already over." Let yourself feel it, even briefly, even in the middle of a stressful day. Roll your shoulders back once, slowly, releasing whatever tension has gathered there since the morning. And silently choose one word, just one word, for how you want to move through the rest of today. Maybe steady, maybe patient, maybe simply okay. Hold that word gently as you return to whatever the day still holds. That's the entire midday reset, under 2 minutes, and it can be repeated as many times as a difficult day requires. There's no limit to how often you're allowed to return to stillness. The anxious moment version. This version is built specifically for the feeling of rising panic or overwhelming anxiety, those moments where your heart is beating fast, your thoughts are racing, and the usual slow, gentle pacing of this routine might feel impossible to access. I want to walk you through this one slowly and carefully, because I know this particular moment is a hard one to be in. If you're feeling this right now, or if you're simply practicing so you know exactly what to do when it happens, start here. Notice your feet, wherever they are, touching the ground. Just notice them. You don't need to change your breathing yet. Just notice your feet are there, solid, real, holding you up. Now, gently, notice 5 things you can see around you right now. You don't need to say them out loud. Just let your eyes land on 5 separate things, one at a time. This isn't about the things themselves. It's about giving your racing mind a specific, simple task that pulls it gently out of the spiral and back into this actual room, this actual moment.
Now take one breath, slower than feels natural, in through your nose, and let it out even slower through your mouth, like you're gently blowing out a candle from a small distance away. One more time, in and out, slow, longer than the inhale. Silently or out loud if you're somewhere private, say to yourself, this feeling is real and it will pass. I am safe right now in this exact moment. You don't need to believe it completely yet. Just let the words exist gently alongside the anxious feeling rather than fighting against it. This version doesn't erase anxiety, and I want to be honest about that, because anxiety is a complex, real experience that deserves more support than any 5-minute practice alone can offer, especially if it's frequent or severe. Please do reach out to a professional if that's something you're navigating regularly. But in an acute moment, this specific sequence, feet, 5 things you see, slow breath, 1 grounding sentence, can offer a small, steady handhold in the middle of something that otherwise feels like it has no edges at all. The affirmation repetition segment. I want to close this section with a longer, slower repetition-based practice, the kind of segment you might listen to specifically to unwind, to fall asleep to, or simply to let the words pass over you like water. Let yourself get comfortable. There's nothing to do now except listen and repeat quietly in your mind if you'd like to, or simply let the words pass over you like water. I am allowed to move slowly through my day. I am allowed to move slowly through my day. I do not need to earn rest. Rest is simply mine to take. I do not need to earn rest. Rest is simply mine to take. Small, steady steps are enough. Small, steady steps are enough. I am allowed to begin again as many times as I need to. I am allowed to begin again as many times as I need to. My worth was never dependent on how much I accomplished today. My worth was never dependent on how much I accomplished today. I trust myself a little more each time I keep a small promise. I trust myself a little more each time I keep a small promise. This 5 minutes belongs to me and no one can take it away. This 5 minutes belongs to me and no one can take it away. I am becoming someone steadier, one quiet morning at a time. I am becoming someone steadier, one quiet morning at a time. Let those words settle however they landed for you. You don't need to hold on to all of them. Even one staying with you a little longer than the rest is enough. You now have several different versions of this practice available to you.
The full morning routine, the evening closing version, the midday reset, the anxious moment sequence, and this longer repetition segment for whenever you need extended calm. Different moments in your life will call for different versions, and that flexibility, I think, is part of what makes this practice something you can genuinely carry with you for years, not just weeks. Now, I want to talk about something a little bigger, how a practice this small can eventually support genuinely large decisions and changes in your life, the kind most people assume require dramatic willpower or a complete life overhaul to even attempt.
How small routines lead to big life changes. I want to talk with you now about something that might seem, at first, like a strange leap, how a 5-minute morning practice can eventually connect to the biggest decisions of your life, career changes, the end of relationships that no longer serve you, the beginning of creative work you've been too afraid to start. I know this might sound like a large claim for something so small, so I want to walk through the actual mechanism carefully, because I don't want you to take this on faith. I want you to understand exactly why it tends to happen this way. Big decisions require clarity, and clarity requires quiet. Here's something most of us don't notice about how big life decisions actually get made, or, more often, how they get endlessly postponed. Large decisions, leaving a job that's quietly draining you, ending a relationship that stopped being good for you long ago, finally starting the creative work you've been carrying inside for years, rarely announce themselves clearly. They require you to hear a quiet, honest internal voice that's often very easy to drown out with noise, busyness, and constant reactivity. Think about it honestly. If your days are filled from the moment you wake to the moment you sleep with reacting to messages, demands, and urgent tasks, when exactly would you have the quiet space required to notice that something in your life needs to change? Big truths about our own lives rarely arrive during chaos. They arrive during stillness, in a quiet moment in the shower, on a long walk, in the specific kind of silence this routine deliberately creates every single morning. This is the first, and I think most important way this small routine connects to big life changes. It doesn't teach you anything new about your life. It simply creates a regular, protected space where the truths you already know, somewhere underneath the noise, finally have room to surface. I want to share one more story here because I think it illustrates this particular connection more clearly than explanation alone can. Kavya had been practicing morning versions of this routine for about 5 months when she wrote to me about something that had shifted in her career. She'd been working in a corporate marketing role for almost 7 years, stable, well-paying, respected by her colleagues, and by her own honest admission, completely disconnected from anything she actually cared about. She told me she'd known this for years in some quiet corner of her awareness, but had never had the stillness required to actually sit with that knowledge long enough to take it seriously. She said the specific morning it became undeniable, she was doing her intention sentence, and instead of her usual work-related intention, an entirely different sentence arrived, almost against her will. Today, I want to admit to myself that I don't want this job anymore. She told me she sat with that sentence for a long moment, feeling almost shocked by its clarity, because it wasn't a new thought exactly, it was a thought she'd been avoiding for years, finally given enough quiet space to fully form. Kavya didn't quit her job that day or even that month. What changed, she told me, was that the truth was now undeniable, and once something becomes undeniable, it becomes very difficult to keep ignoring it. The way it's easy to ignore a quiet hum, but impossible to ignore a clear, spoken sentence. Over the following months, using the same small, patient approach she'd applied to the morning routine itself, she began taking small steps toward a career change. One conversation with a mentor, one evening course in a field she'd always been curious about, one honest conversation with her partner about what she actually wanted her working life to look like. A year later, Kavya had transitioned into a completely different field, one she described as smaller in salary but enormous in how alive I feel doing it. She was careful to tell me that the 5-minute routine itself didn't cause this change directly. It wasn't a career coaching program, it wasn't designed for this purpose at all. What it did, she said, was create the specific stillness required for a truth she already knew to finally become impossible to keep avoiding. The pattern behind big change. I want to name the pattern clearly because I think it applies far beyond Kavya's specific story, and you may recognize a version of it forming in your own life as you continue this practice.
Big life changes rarely begin with a dramatic realization out of nowhere. They begin, almost always, with a quiet truth that's been sitting patiently underneath the noise of daily life, waiting for enough stillness to be finally heard clearly. Once heard clearly, that truth doesn't demand you act on it immediately, dramatically, or all at once. It simply becomes undeniable, and undeniable truths have a way of quietly reshaping decisions over time. The same patient way this small routine itself reshapes an entire life, not through one dramatic leap, but through small, repeated honesty, followed by small, repeated action. This is, I think, the deepest reason this small routine connects to genuinely large outcomes, even though nothing about its daily practice looks large at all. It's not that 5 minutes of genuine stillness, repeated for months, eventually makes it very difficult to keep avoiding truths about your own life that you've already known somewhere quiet inside you for longer than you'd like to admit. A gentle caution. I want to offer one important caution here because I don't want this section to be misunderstood. This routine is not a decision-making tool in the sense of telling you what choices to make. It doesn't hand you answers. What it does is create the conditions under which your own honest answers, the ones already living quietly inside you, have enough space to surface clearly. The decisions themselves, what to do once a truth becomes undeniable, remain entirely yours, and they deserve the same patience, care, and support this whole practice has emphasized from the beginning. If a big truth surfaces for you during this practice, I gently encourage you not to act on it impulsively, but to hold it the same way you hold your daily intention sentence, gently, in an open hand, giving yourself time to understand what it's actually asking of you before deciding how to respond. Not every truth that surfaces during stillness demands an immediate, dramatic response. Some truths simply need to be acknowledged and sat with for a while before any action makes sense at all. Trust the same patient timeline with big truths that you've learned to trust with this small daily routine itself. Now, I want to spend some time on a few common mistakes and myths people tend to fall into once they've been practicing this for a while, because avoiding these specific traps tends to make the difference between a practice that lasts for years and one that quietly fades after a few strong months.
Common mistakes and myths. Before we move toward the final stretch of this episode, I want to spend some time on a handful of mistakes and myths I've seen trip people up, even after they've genuinely understood everything we've covered so far. Knowing about a good routine and actually sustaining it well are two different things, and these particular traps are sneaky because they don't look like mistakes in the moment. They often look like dedication or improvement or good intentions. Mistake 1. Doing it for someone else. This is more common than you might expect. Someone starts this routine not really for themselves, but because a partner suggested it, or because they saw someone online glowing about their own transformation and want that same result, or because they feel they should be doing something like this to be a better parent, a better employee, a better person in someone else's eyes. Here's why this quietly undermines the whole practice. A routine done to please or impress someone else, even an imagined someone else, even your own harsh inner critic, carries a subtle but real pressure that the routine was never designed to hold. The moment it fails to produce visible results fast enough to satisfy that outside audience, real or imagined, it starts to feel like one more way you're falling short, rather than a private, gentle practice that belongs only to you. I want to be direct about this. This routine only works, long-term, when it's done quietly, privately, for no audience at all, not even an audience of one perfect version of yourself you're trying to become. The gratitude sentence doesn't need to be profound enough to share. The intention doesn't need to be impressive enough to post about. If you notice yourself performing this routine for an audience, even an invisible one, gently bring it back to what it actually is: 5 minutes that belong only to you, accountable to no one, impressive to no one, existing purely for your own quiet benefit. Mistake 2. Turning it into another perfectionist task. We touched on perfectionism earlier as an obstacle to starting, but I want to name a related, sneakier version of it here. The mistake of gradually adding more and more requirements to the routine until it becomes, without you quite noticing, another demanding checklist rather than the small, forgiving practice it was designed to be. This tends to happen gradually. You start with the 4 steps. A few weeks in, you think, this is going well, maybe I should also add 10 minutes of journaling. Then, a few weeks after that, and maybe I should track my mood each day too, and read a page of something inspiring. Each addition feels reasonable on its own, even good. More practice should mean more benefit, right? But slowly, the 5-minute routine that survived your busiest, hardest mornings becomes a 25-minute routine that only survives your easiest ones, and you're right back where you started, watching a promising routine collapse under its own accumulated weight. If you want to add additional practices to your life, and there's nothing wrong with wanting to build more, I'd encourage you to keep them entirely separate from this specific 5-minute anchor, rather than folding them into it. Let this routine remain exactly as small and protected as it started, precisely because that smallness is what makes it survivable on your hardest days. Build additional practices around it if you'd like, but don't let them merge into it and slowly inflate the very thing that was working, specifically because it stayed small. Mistake 3. Comparing your journey to others online. This mistake has become far more common in recent years, and I think it deserves direct, honest attention. It's easy, especially if you're sharing your own journey in comments or on social media, to start comparing your quiet, ordinary 5 minutes to someone else's dramatically edited, beautifully lit morning routine video, complete with soft music, a perfectly organized journal, and captions describing life-changing breakthroughs happening on some impossibly fast timeline. I want to say this as clearly as I can. What you see online, even with good intentions, is almost never the honest, boring, ordinary texture of what a sustainable routine actually looks like day to day. Nobody films the morning they forgot entirely and felt irritated with themselves. Nobody posts the week their gratitude sentence was simply, "I'm grateful the baby finally stopped crying," said through gritted teeth and genuine exhaustion. What gets shared is almost always the polished exception, not the honest average, and comparing your real, ordinary practice to someone else's curated highlight reel will reliably make your own genuine progress feel inadequate by comparison, even when it isn't. If you find yourself comparing, I gently suggest stepping back from that specific content entirely for a while and returning your attention instead to the only comparison that actually matters here. Not you versus someone else's curated version of this practice, but you today versus you a month ago. That is the only honest measuring stick this routine was ever designed to be evaluated against. Myth 1. It's not working if I still feel bad sometimes. I want to directly address a common misunderstanding about what working actually means here. This routine was never designed to produce a permanent state of calm, happiness, or ease. That's not a realistic goal for any practice, and I'd be lying to you if I implied otherwise. You will still have hard days, sad days, frustrated days, even months into consistent practice. That's not evidence the routine has failed. That's simply evidence you're a human being living a real life, which will always include difficult emotions, regardless of how steady your foundation is.
What this routine actually changes, more accurately, is not whether you feel bad sometimes, but how you move through feeling bad, with a little more steadiness, a little more self-trust, a little more capacity to notice the feeling without being completely swept away by it. If you're waiting for a day when you never feel anything hard again before concluding the routine worked, you'll be waiting for something that was never realistically on offer, and you'll likely give up on something that was genuinely helping, simply because you were measuring it against an impossible standard. Myth 2. I need to feel motivated to do it properly. This last myth is one we've touched on throughout this episode, but I want to state it directly, one final time, because I think it's the single most damaging myth of all when it comes to any lasting habit, not just this one. The belief that you need to feel motivated, ready, or in the right headspace before a practice counts is precisely what causes most good habits to quietly die on exactly the days they'd be most valuable, the low, heavy, unmotivated days, which are, not coincidentally, also usually the days you most need a small, steady anchor. The entire design of this routine assumes you will not always feel motivated to do it. That's not a flaw to work around, it's the actual premise the whole practice is built on. You don't need motivation to do 5 minutes. You simply need to do 5 minutes, motivated or not, and trust that the doing itself, repeated enough times, gradually builds something more reliable than motivation ever was in the first place. The quiet, accumulated evidence that you show up for yourself, feeling ready or not. Now, with these traps named clearly, and I hope easier to recognize and step around when they show up in your own practice, I want to bring us back to something bigger. How this small, quiet routine eventually opens the door to genuinely large life changes. the kind most people assume require dramatic willpower to even attempt. For this next section, I want to slow everything down completely. What follows isn't meant to be analysed or studied, it's meant to be listened to, slowly, with long pauses, the kind of segment you might play at the end of a long day, or right before sleep, or any time you simply need to rest inside calm, steady words for a while, without having to do anything else at all. You don't need to remember any of this, you don't need to repeat it perfectly, just let it wash over you, the way water moves over stones in a slow river, touching everything gently, without effort. Get comfortable now, however that looks for you. Let your eyes close if that feels right, or simply soften your gaze if you'd rather keep them open. There's nothing to do from here except rest inside these words. Let's begin with the breath one more time. In, slowly, through your nose, and out, even more slowly through your mouth. Once more, in, and out, feeling your whole body settle a little further with each release. Now simply listen. I am allowed to rest without earning it. I am allowed to rest without earning it. My value was never measured by how much I get done in a day. My value was never measured by how much I get done in a day. 5 minutes of stillness is enough to matter. 5 minutes of stillness is enough to matter. I do not need to be productive to be worthy of peace. I do not need to be productive to be worthy of peace. I am building something steady, even on the days it doesn't feel like progress. I am building something steady, even on the days it doesn't feel like progress. Missed days do not undo the days I showed up. Missed days do not undo the days I showed up. I am allowed to begin again, gently, without punishment. I am allowed to begin again, gently, without punishment. Let those words settle for a moment. There's nothing you need to do with them except let them exist alongside you. Take another slow breath, in and out, long and complete. I trust the small promises I keep to myself more than I used to. I trust the small promises I keep to myself more than I used to. Every quiet morning I show up is proof I am someone who follows through. Every quiet morning I show up is proof I am someone who follows through. I don't need dramatic change to be proud of myself. I don't need dramatic change to be proud of myself. Small, steady steps are enough. Small, steady steps are enough. I am becoming someone calmer, one repeated morning at a time. I am becoming someone calmer, one repeated morning at a time. My nervous system is learning, slowly, that it's safe to settle. My nervous system is learning, slowly, that it's safe to settle. I don't need to fix everything today. I don't need to fix everything today. This breath is enough. This breath is enough.
Let yourself rest in that phrase for a moment. This breath is enough. Not the next one, not tomorrow's, not the perfect one you're waiting for. This one, right now, is enough. Take one more slow breath with me, in and out, feeling heavier, softer, more at ease than when we began. I am allowed to move slowly through a fast world. I am allowed to move slowly through a fast world. I don't have to match everyone else's pace. I don't have to match everyone else's pace. My own rhythm is enough. My own rhythm is enough. I am grateful for this exact moment, imperfect as it is. I am grateful for this exact moment, imperfect as it is. Peace doesn't require my life to be perfect first. Peace doesn't require my life to be perfect first. I can be at ease and still have unfinished things waiting for me. I can be at ease and still have unfinished things waiting for me. Rest is not something I need to wait to deserve. Rest is not something I need to wait to deserve. It is mine simply because I am here, breathing, alive, trying. Let's slow down even further now. Feel the weight of your body wherever it's resting. Notice you are being held, quite literally, by whatever surface is beneath you. There's nothing you need to hold up yourself right now. You are being held. I release the parts of today I cannot change. I release the parts of today I cannot change. I carry forward only what is useful and let the rest go. I carry forward only what is useful and let the rest go. Tomorrow is a new 5 minutes waiting patiently for me. Tomorrow is a new 5 minutes waiting patiently for me. I don't need to solve tomorrow tonight. I don't need to solve tomorrow tonight. Right now, there is only this breath. Right now, there is only this breath. And this one. And this one. Let your breathing continue on its own now, without needing to guide it any further. Just notice it happening, the way it's been happening quietly your entire life. I am safe in this moment. I am safe. I am steady even when I don't feel like I am. I am steady even when I don't feel like I am. I am becoming the version of myself I keep quietly practicing to be. I am becoming the version of myself I keep quietly practicing to be. 5 minutes at a time. 5 minutes at a time. That is genuinely enough. That is genuinely enough. Stay here as long as you need to. There's no rush to finish this, no next thing waiting for you right this second. If sleep is close, let it come. If you need to return to your day, you can carry this same steadiness with you, gently, the way you've been practicing all along. Whenever you're ready, and only when you're ready, you can let your eyes open or simply notice the room around you if they never closed. Either way, take one more full breath before you go. In, feeling complete, and out, feeling ready. You did enough today. You are enough, exactly as you are right now. I'll be here again whenever you need this same steadiness, 5 minutes at a time, for as long as it takes.
The full body scan practice. I want to give you one more guided practice now, a little different from the others. A full, slow body scan you can use anytime you want to release tension you didn't even realize you were carrying. This one takes longer than the 5-minute routine, closer to 15 or 20 minutes when done slowly, and it pairs beautifully with the evening version we did earlier, or simply on its own whenever your body feels tight, tired, or wound up in ways your mind hasn't quite caught up to yet. Find a position where you can fully relax. Lying down is ideal for this one, though sitting comfortably works too. Let your arms rest at your sides, palms open if that feels natural. Let your legs uncross, feet falling gently apart. Let's begin with 3 slow breaths to settle in. In through your nose and out through your mouth, long and complete. Again, in and out, feeling your body already beginning to soften. One more. In and out, releasing a little more with this final breath. Now bring your attention gently to the top of your head. Just notice what's there. Maybe nothing in particular, maybe a little tension you hadn't noticed. Whatever you find, simply let it soften, the way warm water might soften something cold and stiff. Let your scalp loosen. Let your forehead smooth out completely, as if someone were gently pressing the worry lines flat with a warm hand. Move your attention down to your eyes now. Let them rest heavy in their sockets. No need to hold them open or closed with any effort. Let your eyebrows drop. Let the small muscles around your eyes, the ones that squint and worry and strain all day, finally let go. Bring your awareness to your jaw now, one of the places most of us hold tension without ever realizing it. Let your jaw drop slightly open, just a little. Let your tongue rest softly at the bottom of your mouth. Notice any clenching there and let it dissolve breath by breath. Move down into your neck and throat. Let your neck lengthen slightly, releasing whatever tightness has gathered there from hours of looking at screens or carrying stress in your shoulders. Let your throat feel open, unguarded, soft. Let any tightness around your heart, any bracing you've been doing without realizing it, begin to ease. Move into your belly. Let it soften completely. There's no need to hold it in right now. No one is watching. Nothing needs to be controlled here. Let it rise and fall freely with each breath. Bring your awareness to your back now, from your upper back all the way down to your lower back. Notice anywhere tension has gathered, maybe from sitting, from carrying things, from simply holding yourself upright all day, and let it release, one small section at a time, as if you're setting down something heavy you've been carrying without even noticing its weight. Move into your hips now, letting them feel heavy and supported. Let your pelvis soften. Let any gripping in this part of your body finally let go. Bring your attention down into your legs, your thighs first, heavy and relaxed, then your knees, softening completely, then your calves, releasing whatever tightness gathered there from standing or walking today.
Finally, move into your feet, all the way to your toes. Let your ankles soften. Let the soles of your feet, which carry your entire weight every single day without complaint, finally rest completely. Let your toes uncurl, spreading slightly, releasing. Now, take a moment to notice your entire body all at once, head to toe, completely relaxed, completely supported by whatever surface is holding you. Notice how different this feels from when we began. You haven't done anything dramatic. You've simply given your body permission, one small part at a time, to release what it no longer needs to hold. Stay here for as long as you'd like. There's nowhere else to be, nothing else required of you right now. When you're ready, and only when you're ready, gently wiggle your fingers and toes, take one deeper breath, and slowly return to the room around you. carrying this loosened, settled feeling with you into whatever comes next. You can return to this exact body scan anytime your body feels tight in ways your mind hasn't caught up to, after a long day, before sleep, or simply whenever you need 15 quiet minutes to remember what it feels like to be fully at ease in your own skin. Now, let's continue with a few more stories, because I have more to share with you, and I think you'll find pieces of your own life in them too. 2 more stories: grief and reconnection. I want to share 2 more stories with you now, because I think they touch on experiences many of you may be carrying right now, even quietly, even without saying so out loud. Sunita's story. Sunita lost her father 18 months before she first wrote to me. She described the months that followed as living in a house with all the furniture rearranged, and I keep walking into walls that used to be doorways. Grief, she told me, hadn't arrived as one clean wave she could ride out and move past. It arrived unpredictably, an ordinary Tuesday afternoon suddenly unbearable because of a song on the radio, a completely fine morning followed by an evening she couldn't explain even to herself. She had tried, in her words, to grieve properly, reading books about the stages of grief, joining a support group that met monthly, talking to a counselor when she could afford the sessions. All of it helped, she said, but none of it addressed the specific texture of her actual mornings, which had become the hardest part of her day. She told me waking up each morning felt like relearning, fresh, that her father was gone, a small private devastation that repeated itself daily before she'd even gotten out of bed. When she found this routine, she was honest that she almost didn't try it, worried that 5 minutes of stillness would simply mean 5 minutes alone with her grief, unguarded, with nothing to distract her from it. And, in a sense, she told me later, that fear was accurate. The stillness did bring her face to face with her grief, more directly than her busy, distracted mornings usually allowed. But something unexpected happened within that stillness that she hadn't anticipated. She told me the gratitude piece became, unexpectedly, a place where she could still speak to her father in a way. Her sentences often became things like, "I'm grateful I still remember the sound of his laugh," or "I'm grateful for the 14 years I had with him as my father, even though I wanted more." The practice didn't erase her grief, nothing could, and nothing should have to, but it gave her a small, structured 5 minutes where she could sit with that grief directly, rather than either avoiding it all day or being ambushed by it unexpectedly, the way it had been happening before. Over many months, Sunita told me something I think about often. She said, "The routine didn't make the grief smaller, it made me a little bigger, able to hold it without being completely knocked over by it every single time it arrived." She still misses her father every day, she told me, but her mornings no longer feel like relearning his absence from scratch each time. They feel, instead, like a small, quiet visit with him, 5 minutes she's come to treasure rather than dread. The second story is a little different. This one belongs to a couple, not an individual, and it touches on something many long relationships eventually face, a slow, quiet drifting apart that happens so gradually neither person quite notices until it feels like an established fact of the relationship. Rakesh and Anjali had been married for 16 years when Anjali first wrote to me. She described their relationship at that point as roommates who happen to love each other but have forgotten how to actually be present with one another. Their mornings, she said, had become a rushed, parallel routine, both getting ready in the same small window of time,
exchanging logistics about the children's schedules or the day's errands, but rarely actually looking at each other, rarely actually connecting before the day pulled them both in separate directions.
Anjali started this routine on her own initially, not expecting it to touch her marriage at all. She was doing it purely for her own steadiness, the way most people begin. But a few weeks in, Rakesh, noticing her sitting quietly each morning before the household woke, asked what she was doing. She explained the routines simply, without much expectation, and to her surprise, he asked if he could try it too. What happened next, Anjali told me, wasn't dramatic. There was no single breakthrough morning where everything suddenly changed. But slowly they began doing the routine together, sitting side by side in silence for 2 minutes before either of them reached for a phone or began the day's logistics. Sometimes they shared their gratitude sentence out loud with each other. Sometimes their intentions overlapped in small, meaningful ways, both independently choosing something like patience or presence on the same morning without having discussed it beforehand. Anjali told me the biggest shift wasn't anything either of them could point to specifically. It was simply that they had, once again, 5 minutes each day that belonged to them as a couple, rather than 5 minutes lost entirely to logistics and rushing. She said, "We'd forgotten how to just sit together, doing nothing, needing nothing from each other. This gave that back to us in the smallest possible dose, but it was enough to remember we still wanted to." Rakesh, for his part, told me something simple but striking. He said, "I didn't think a 5-minute routine could touch a 16-year marriage, but I think what was missing wasn't some big gesture. It was just 5 ordinary minutes of actually being present with each other without an agenda. We'd lost that somewhere in the busyness, and this quietly gave it back." What these two stories teach us. I share Sunita's story and Rakesh and Anjali's story together because on the surface they look completely unrelated, one about grief, one about marriage, but underneath I think they're pointing at the same thing. This routine, at its core, creates a small protected space for presence. Presence with your own grief, presence with someone you love, presence with whatever is actually true in a given moment, rather than what's simply convenient to rush past. Most of our lives are structured, often without us choosing it, to avoid exactly this kind of presence. We stay busy, we stay distracted, we fill every quiet moment with input, partly because true presence, with grief, with a relationship that's drifted, with our own inner life, can feel uncomfortable or even frightening. This routine doesn't force presence on you, but it offers 5 minutes each day where presence becomes possible again, gently, in whatever form your life currently needs it. A visit with someone you've lost, a moment of connection with someone you love, or simply a moment of honest connection with yourself. Now I want to pause the stories for a moment and answer some of the most common questions people have asked me about this practice. Questions about specific circumstances, doubts and situations we haven't directly addressed yet. Your questions answered. Over the time I've been sharing this routine, certain questions come up again and again from many different people in many different circumstances. I want to spend some time now answering the most common ones directly, because I suspect several of them are questions you've been holding yourself, even if you haven't said them out loud yet. What if I genuinely don't have 5 minutes, not even hidden ones? I hear this most often from people in truly demanding circumstances.
New parents of newborns who wake every 2 hours, caregivers looking after unwell family members around the clock, people working multiple jobs with no real gaps in their schedule at all. I want to honor that this is sometimes genuinely true, not simply a matter of not looking hard enough. For these circumstances, I'd offer the 90-second emergency version as your actual daily practice, not just your backup plan. 90 seconds exists inside almost every day, even the most demanding ones, while a kettle boils, while you wait for a phone to update, during those first moments after finally getting a child back to sleep. The 4 steps compressed into 90 seconds are still the 4 steps, still building the same small repeated evidence of showing up for yourself even in a genuinely difficult season of life. The full 5-minute version can wait for a season when your life has a little more room in it. 90 seconds right now is enough. What if my mind is too anxious or too busy to ever feel calm during the silence?
This is one of the most common fears people bring to this practice, and I want to address it directly because I think it stops many people before they even properly begin. The goal of the silence was never to achieve a calm, empty mind. If your mind is busy, anxious, or loud during those 2 minutes, that's not evidence you're doing it wrong. That's simply what a busy, anxious mind sounds like when you finally stop feeding it distraction for a moment. And noticing that noise without needing to silence it completely is itself the practice. Some of the people who found this routine most valuable started with the loudest, busiest minds of anyone I've spoken with. The practice isn't about arriving at silence. It's about practicing your relationship to whatever noise is actually there. Can I do this if I have a diagnosed mental health condition? I want to be genuinely careful and honest here, because this question deserves real care rather than a simple reassurance. This routine is not therapy, and it's not a replacement for professional mental health treatment if that's something you're currently receiving or need. What I can say, based on what people have shared with me, is that many people managing anxiety, depression, grief, and other genuine mental health conditions have found this small practice to be a helpful, gentle addition alongside their existing care, not a replacement for it. If you're currently working with a therapist, doctor, or counselor, I genuinely encourage you to mention this routine to them and let them help you think through whether and how it might fit alongside whatever support you're already receiving. This practice is designed to be small and gentle enough to complement professional care, never to substitute for it. What if I try this and it just doesn't work for me? This is a fair, honest question, and I want to answer it fairly and honestly in return. Not every practice fits every person, and I'd never claim this is a universal solution for absolutely everyone. What I would ask before concluding it doesn't work is whether you've genuinely given it the 6 to 12-week window we discussed earlier, and whether you've been practicing the no-guilt return method on the days you miss, rather than quietly letting one missed day end the whole attempt. If, after real, patient effort across that time frame, it genuinely isn't serving you, that's valuable information, and there's no shame in seeking a different practice that fits your particular life and mind better. Not everything works for everyone, and that's simply true of any practice, no matter how many other people it's helped. Is it selfish to take 5 minutes for myself when other people need me? I hear this question most often from parents, caregivers, and people in demanding service-oriented roles, and I want to answer it as directly and honestly as I can. No, it is not selfish. In fact, I gently push back on the framing itself. A person who is depleted, reactive, and running on empty has far less genuine capacity to show up well for the people who need them than a person who is protected even 5 small minutes for their own steadiness. This isn't a luxury that takes away from the people you care for. It's closer to the safety instruction you hear on every airplane about securing your own oxygen mask before helping others with theirs. 5 minutes doesn't take meaningfully away from anyone who depends on you. It's more likely to improve the quality of presence you're able to offer them for the remaining hours of your day. How long until I'll actually notice a difference? We touched on this earlier, but I want to restate it clearly here. Most people notice small shifts, slightly more space before reacting, slightly steadier mornings, somewhere between 3 to 6 weeks of consistent practice. More substantial shifts, the kind other people around you start to notice without being told, tend to show up somewhere between 2 and 4 months. And the deepest shifts, the kind that feel like a genuinely different relationship with yourself, tend to unfold over 6 months to a year, sometimes longer. I share these timeframes not to discourage you, but so you have realistic expectations, rather than giving up at week 2 because you expected week 12's results already. I hope these answers address at least some of what you've been wondering, whether you asked it directly or simply carried the question quietly while listening. Now let's continue with something a little different. I want to walk you through what an entire ordinary day looks like when this routine is woven through it, from the first moment of waking to the last moment before sleep.
A day in the life. I want to walk you through something a little different now, a slow, immersive picture of what an entire ordinary day looks like when this small routine is woven through it, not as a single morning event, but as a quiet thread running through even the hardest hours. I'll narrate it the way you might experience it yourself, so you can feel exactly how small and unremarkable it actually looks in practice, day to day. The alarm goes off at 6:15, the same as most mornings. Before reaching for the phone, there's a pause, 2 minutes of simply lying still, breathing, letting the first thoughts of the day arrive and pass without chasing any of them. A thought about the meeting scheduled for later drifts through. It's noticed and let go. A small worry about a message left unanswered yesterday drifts through too. Noticed, released. The room is quiet except for the sound of breathing, in and out, slow and unhurried. A whispered sentence follows. I'm grateful this bed is warm and I don't have to be anywhere for another 20 minutes. Small, true, nothing dramatic. Arms stretch overhead, a slow, deliberate movement, spine lengthening slightly before the day properly begins. And finally, an intention forming almost on its own. Today, I want to move through my meetings without rushing my words. 5 minutes and the day begins, not perfectly, not transformed, just steadier than it would have been reaching straight for a phone the moment the alarm sounded. Breakfast is rushed as it usually is, toast eaten standing at the counter, a child needing help finding a missing shoe, the ordinary chaos of a household waking up together. But something is slightly different in how the chaos lands. When the shoe search stretches past what feels reasonable, there's a small pause before the frustration would normally spike. Not because frustration doesn't arrive, but because there's a beat of space before it fully takes over. Just enough space to say, calmly, let's check under the couch, instead of snapping at a 9-year-old for something that was never really his fault. The commute is its usual mix of traffic and minor irritations. A driver cuts in without signalling. The old reaction would have been a surge of anger, a muttered comment, tension held in the shoulders for the next 10 minutes. Today, there's still a flash of irritation. That hasn't disappeared, and it isn't supposed to, but it passes a little faster, the way a thought passed during this morning's 2 minutes of silence. By the time the office comes into view, the tension has mostly already released on its own. Mid-morning brings a difficult email, a client unhappy about a delay, tone sharp, blame implied even where it isn't fully warranted. The old pattern would have been to fire back a defensive reply within minutes, tone matching tone, the whole exchange escalating before lunch. Instead, there's a pause, not a dramatic one, just a recognition. This needs a midday reset before I respond. 2 minutes in an empty meeting room, feet on the floor, 1 breath in, 1 breath out, 1 small grounding phrase, steady. The reply that eventually gets sent is calm, clear, and doesn't add fuel to a fire that didn't need any more of it. Lunch is eaten mostly at a desk, as it often is on busy days. Not ideal, but real life rarely offers the leisurely midday break wellness content often assumes everyone has access to. Still, there's a brief moment, maybe 90 seconds, where the phone stays face down and attention rests instead on the actual taste of the food rather than scrolling through it unconsciously. The afternoon holds its usual mix of meetings and tasks. Around 3, energy dips, the familiar afternoon slump arriving on schedule. Instead of reaching for a 3rd cup of coffee out of habit, there's a brief walk to refill a water bottle, 5 slow breaths taken on the way back to the desk, nothing more elaborate than that. Evening arrives, and with it the transition from work self back to home self, a transition that used to happen abruptly and clumsily, carrying the day's leftover tensions straight into the house, straight onto the people waiting there. Tonight there's a brief pause in the car before going inside, not the full routine, just 30 seconds, 1 breath, 1 small intention. I want to actually be here for dinner, not still at the office in my head. It's not a perfect transition. Some of the day's tension still comes inside, but less of it than would have without that 30-second pause in the driveway.
When your identity changes, 2 more stories now, both touching on a particular kind of struggle, the disorientation that comes when something that once defined you completely is suddenly gone, and you're left wondering who you actually are underneath the role you played for so long. Vikram's story, the retired athlete. Vikram had been a competitive cricketer for nearly 20 years, playing at a serious regional level since he was a teenager. His entire adult identity, in his own words, had been built around performance, discipline, training schedules, and the particular kind of purpose that comes from working toward a clear, measurable goal every single day. When his knee injury forced his retirement at 36, far earlier than he'd planned, he described the months that followed as losing my skeleton, not just my sport. He told me the hardest part wasn't missing the game itself, though he did miss it deeply. It was waking up each morning with no training schedule, no clear purpose for the day, nothing demanding his discipline the way cricket always had. He said, "For 20 years, I knew exactly who I was every single morning. Now I wake up and I'm just a person with nothing telling me what that means anymore." Vikram approached this routine initially with the same discipline he'd brought to his athletic training, treating it almost like a new sport to master, tracking it meticulously, pushing himself to do it perfectly every single day. Within a few weeks, predictably, this approach burned out, exactly the way we discussed with the perfectionist pattern earlier. He missed a few days, felt the old athlete's shame around breaking training, and nearly abandoned the practice entirely. What changed things, he told me, was realizing that this routine wasn't meant to replace the structure cricket had given him. It was meant to be something entirely different, a small, quiet space that didn't require performance or achievement at all. His gratitude sentences, initially resistant and a little forced, eventually became genuinely his own. "I'm grateful my knee doesn't hurt as much today. I'm grateful for a body that served me well for 20 years, even if it's changed now." His intentions shifted slowly from performance-based language towards something softer. "Today I want to explore what else I might care about, without needing to be excellent at it immediately." 18 months later, Vikram had begun coaching young cricketers part-time, something he told me he doubts he would have approached with the necessary patience and gentleness without this routine first teaching him how to exist quietly without needing to constantly perform or achieve. He said, "I thought I lost my identity when I retired. What I actually lost was just one role I'd been playing. This routine helped me find out there was a person underneath it the whole time, who I'd simply never had 5 quiet minutes to actually meet." Kavita's story, the retired teacher, revisited differently. We heard from Kamlaji earlier, a retired teacher navigating the particular emptiness of no longer being needed. I want to introduce you to Kavita now, whose story touches similar territory but unfolds quite differently, because I think the variation itself is instructive.
Kavita had taught mathematics for over 30 years before retiring, and unlike Kamlaji, her struggle wasn't primarily about feeling unneeded. It was about a kind of quiet resentment she hadn't expected to feel. She told me, with real honesty, "I spent 30 years giving everything to other people's children. Now that I finally have time for myself, I don't know how not to feel guilty about it. Every quiet moment feels like I'm stealing time I should be spending helping someone." This particular pattern, difficulty receiving rest or stillness without guilt, especially after decades in a caregiving or service-oriented role, is one I've heard from many retired teachers, nurses, and caregivers. The habit of constant giving becomes so deeply ingrained that receiving anything, even 5 minutes of one's own attention, can feel almost transgressive. Kavita's early attempts at this routine were genuinely difficult, she told me. The 2 minutes of silence often filled with guilt rather than calm, thoughts like, "I should be calling my former students to check on them," or "this is selfish when there are people who actually need help." What eventually shifted things, she said, was a small reframe she stumbled onto herself, without anyone suggesting it to her directly. She began treating her intention sentence each morning as a kind of permission slip, writing things like, "Today I give myself permission to rest for 5 minutes without earning it first." Saying this explicitly every single morning slowly began to loosen a belief that had been fixed in place for 30 years. She told me, nearly a year into practicing this routine, "I finally understand that resting doesn't take anything away from the people I love or the people I taught. If anything, I think I'm a calmer, more present grandmother now than I would have been if I'd stayed in that constant giving mode forever. I had to learn that receiving is allowed too. This small routine taught me that, 5 minutes at a time." What both stories point to,
Vikram and Kavita's stories, despite their different circumstances, point toward the same underlying truth. When a role that once defined you completely disappears or shifts through retirement, injury, a major life transition of any kind, there's often a person underneath that role who hasn't had much space to simply exist without needing to perform, achieve, or give constantly. This small routine, precisely because it asks nothing of you except presence, becomes a rare space where that underlying person can finally be met again, quietly, without the pressure of any external role attached to it. If you're currently navigating a major identity shift of your own, a career change, retirement, an empty nest, any transition where something that once defined you is now gone or different, I hope these stories offer you something to hold on to. The disorientation you might be feeling isn't a sign something is wrong with you, it's simply what happens when a role ends and the person underneath it hasn't yet had the space to be rediscovered. 5 minutes a day, patiently, can become exactly that space. Now, I want to talk about something related but distinct, how this same small practice can eventually open the door to genuine creativity and a renewed sense of purpose, even in people who felt for years like that part of themselves had simply gone quiet.
Creativity and rediscovering purpose. I want to talk now about something a little less tangible than what we've covered so far. How this small, quiet routine tends to open a door toward creativity and purpose, even for people who have felt for years like that particular part of themselves had gone permanently silent. Why busy minds struggle to create. Here's something worth understanding before we go further. Creativity, whether that means writing, painting, cooking something new, solving a problem in an unconventional way, or simply having a genuinely original thought, requires a particular kind of mental space that constant busyness and reactivity tend to crowd out almost entirely. When your mind spends most of its waking hours reacting to notifications, deadlines, and other people's demands, there's very little room left for the slower, wandering, undirected kind of thinking that creative insight actually depends on. Deepak's story. Deepak worked as an accountant, a profession he described as necessary, stable, and almost entirely uncreative. He told me he used to write short stories in college, poems occasionally, nothing serious, but something that brought him real joy. By the time he found this routine, in his mid-40s, he hadn't written anything creative in 15 years. He said, "I don't think I lost the ability, I think I just lost the space. My mind is always doing spreadsheets, even when I'm not at work." Deepak began this routine purely for the stress reduction benefits we've discussed throughout this episode, with no expectation it would touch his long-dormant creative side at all. But several months in, he noticed something unexpected happening during his 2 minutes of silence. Occasional fragments of sentences, images, small story ideas would drift through his mind during that quiet space, the way they used to years earlier, before his mind had become permanently occupied with numbers and deadlines. He started keeping a small notebook by his bed, not as part of the official routine, but simply to jot down these fragments before they disappeared, the way dreams disappear if you don't capture them quickly. Over about a year, those fragments slowly accumulated into something larger. He began writing again, first just a few sentences some mornings, eventually building toward a short story collection he's still working on today. He told me something I find genuinely moving. He said,
I didn't do a creativity course. I didn't force myself to write every day. I just gave my mind 2 minutes of quiet regularly, and it turns out that was enough for the part of me that used to write stories to start quietly waking back up on its own, without me even trying to make that happen. Purpose doesn't always announce itself loudly. I want to add something important here, because I think purpose gets discussed, in most self-improvement content, as something dramatic, a single lightning bolt realization about your life's true calling. In my experience, and in the experience of most people I've spoken with, purpose rarely arrives that way. It tends to arrive quietly in small nudges, small returning interests, small moments of, "Oh, I actually still care about this," that are easy to miss if your days are too loud and reactive to notice them. This routine's quiet, regular stillness creates exactly the conditions where these small nudges can actually be noticed rather than drowned out by the next urgent notification. You may not discover a dramatic new life calling from 5 minutes of morning stillness, but you might notice, slowly, over months, that certain old interests keep quietly resurfacing during your silence, a craft you used to love, a subject you're curious about again, a small dream you'd buried under years of practicality. That noticing, patiently followed, is very often exactly how genuine purpose actually gets rediscovered, not through one dramatic realization, but through paying attention to what keeps quietly returning when you finally give your mind enough stillness to hear it. If you find yourself, during your own practice of this routine, noticing similar small nudges, an old interest resurfacing, a small curiosity you'd forgotten you had, I'd encourage you not to dismiss it as irrelevant to your morning routine. That noticing is not a distraction from the practice. In many ways, it's exactly what the practice was quietly working toward all along, even if that was never explicitly promised to you at the start. Now, I want to address something practical and, honestly, a little uncomfortable. What to do when the people around you don't understand or even actively discourage this kind of quiet practice, because, unfortunately, this happens more often than you might expect.
The sunrise visualization. I want to give you one more extended guided practice now, a slow, immersive visualization built around the image of a sunrise, something you can use whenever you want a longer, richer version of the stillness we've practiced together throughout this episode. This one leans into imagination fully, engaging all your senses the way a vivid dream might. Get comfortable now wherever you are. Let your eyes close gently. Let your breathing settle into its own natural rhythm, unhurried, unforced. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of an open field just before dawn. The sky above you is still a deep, soft indigo, scattered with the last few stars that haven't quite faded yet. The air is cool against your skin, carrying the faint scent of dew on grass, fresh and clean. Everything is quiet, the particular, complete quiet that only exists in the last moments before a new day begins. Feel the ground beneath your feet, solid and steady. Feel the cool morning air on your face, your hands, the back of your neck. There is nowhere else to be right now except exactly here, waiting, watching, present. Slowly, at the very edge of the horizon, the faintest hint of light begins to appear. Not bright yet, just a whisper of pale gold along the very edge of the world, barely distinguishable from the darkness surrounding it. Notice it. This is how every new beginning starts, not with a burst of brightness, but with the smallest, quietest hint of light, easy to miss if you're not paying attention. Take a slow breath in, matching the pace of this slowly emerging light, and release it gently, feeling your body settle a little deeper into this quiet, watching moment. The light along the horizon grows slightly, now a soft band of pale gold and gentle pink spreading wider across the edge of the sky. The indigo above you begins to soften too, losing some of its deep darkness, replaced by a gentler shade of blue-gray. Birds begin to stir somewhere in the distance. You can hear the first faint calls, tentative, testing the new day before fully committing to song. This slow emergence of light mirrors something worth noticing about your own life and about this small routine you've been practicing. Change rarely arrives as a sudden burst of brightness. It arrives more often exactly like this, a whisper of light at the very edge of things, easy to dismiss as nothing, that slowly, patiently, without any dramatic announcement, becomes something undeniable.
The colors deepen now. The pale gold becomes richer, more saturated, edging into orange, then a deep, warm red gold right at the horizon's edge. The sky above continues its slow transformation, blue-grey giving way to a soft lavender, then a gentle warm pink that seems to glow from within. Feel this warmth beginning to reach you even before the sun itself has fully risen, a gentle warmth on your face, a softening of the cool morning air around you. Notice how your body responds to this approaching light, a subtle unclenching, a readiness without any urgency attached to it. And then, slowly, the very top edge of the sun itself begins to appear, a thin, brilliant line of gold along the horizon, almost too bright to look at directly, and yet impossible not to watch. It rises with unhurried patience, never rushing, never skipping ahead, simply continuing its slow, steady, inevitable ascent, exactly as it has every single morning for longer than anyone can measure. Watch it rise fully now, the complete circle of the sun, glowing gold and warm, lifting clear of the horizon, casting long, soft shadows across the field around you. The entire sky has transformed while you watched, from deep indigo darkness to this full, warm, golden morning light, and none of it happened suddenly. It happened exactly the way it needed to, one patient moment at a time, exactly the way the sun rises every single morning without ever needing to rush. Feel the full warmth of this new day on your skin now. Feel the ground beneath you, still solid, still steady, exactly as it was in the darkness before dawn, unchanged by the transformation happening above it. You are like this ground, steady, present, unchanged in your essential self, even as the light around you shifts and grows. Take one more slow breath here in this fully risen golden morning light. Let it fill you completely and release it slowly, carrying this warmth, this patience, this quiet witnessing of gradual transformation with you as you continue. When you're ready, and only when you're ready, let this image gently fade and bring your awareness back to the room around you, your actual body, your actual breath, this actual moment. Carry the feeling of that sunrise with you,
the reminder that your own transformation, like that light along the horizon, doesn't need to arrive suddenly to be real. It only needs to keep patiently, steadily continuing, one quiet moment at a time, exactly the way the sun rises every single morning, without ever needing to rush. You can return to this sunrise visualization anytime you need a reminder that gradual, patient change is not lesser than dramatic change. It is, in fact, the way almost everything real and lasting actually happens. Now, let's talk about something practical again. What to do when the people closest to you don't understand or even quietly discourage a practice like this one.
When others don't understand, I want to address something honestly now, because it's a genuine obstacle many people face, and I don't think it gets talked about enough in most self-improvement content. What happens when the people closest to you, a partner, a parent, a friend, a colleague, don't understand this practice, or worse, actively discourage or mock it? Why this happens? Before offering ways to navigate this, I want to help you understand why it happens at all, because I think understanding the reason makes it easier to hold with compassion rather than defensiveness. When someone close to you sees you making a change, even a small, quiet one like 5 minutes of morning stillness, it can unconsciously stir something uncomfortable in them, a quiet, unspoken question about their own life, their own habits, their own stagnant patterns they haven't addressed. Sometimes, without even realizing it, people respond to that discomfort by minimizing or mocking the change they're witnessing, because it's easier than sitting with the implicit question it raises about their own choices. This doesn't mean everyone who's skeptical about your routine is secretly threatened by it. Sometimes skepticism is simply skepticism, an honest difference in perspective, nothing more complicated than that. But it's worth knowing that some resistance you encounter may have very little to do with the actual merits of what you're doing, and much more to do with something happening internally in the person expressing that resistance. Priya, whose original English learning story might feel distant from this particular topic, actually shared something relevant here too, from a later conversation we had. She told me that when she started this kind of small morning practice, her sister, with whom she shared a room during a visit home, found it genuinely amusing, teasing her gently at first, then more pointedly, calling it 5 minutes of doing nothing, and questioning why she needed something so small to feel better about her day. Priya's first instinct was to defend the practice extensively, explaining the science, the stories, everything we've covered today, hoping to convince her sister it was legitimate. This didn't work particularly well. The more she explained, the more her sister seemed to double down on her skepticism, perhaps feeling unconsciously that Priya's explanation was itself a kind of quiet judgment of her own habits. What eventually worked, Priya told me, was simply continuing the practice quietly, without further explanation or defense, and letting her own steadiness speak for itself over time. She said, "I stopped trying to convince her. I just kept doing my 5 minutes, and after a few months, she started asking me questions again, but genuinely curious this time, not mocking. I think she needed to see it actually working in me before she could take it seriously, and no amount of explaining could have skipped that step." Practical guidance for navigating this. If you're facing skepticism or discouragement from someone close to you, I'd offer a few honest suggestions drawn from what's worked for people like Priya and many others who've shared similar experiences with me. First, Resist the urge to over-explain or convince. As Priya discovered, extensive justification often triggers more resistance, not less, because it can feel like you're implicitly arguing that the other person should be doing something similar. Simply practicing quietly, without needing anyone else's approval or understanding, tends to be far more effective at eventually shifting how others see it, if that shift happens at all. Second, remember that this routine was never designed to require anyone else's understanding or participation. It belongs entirely to you, privately, regardless of whether anyone around you validates it. You don't need permission from a skeptical partner, parent, or friend to protect 5 minutes of your own morning. Their skepticism, however uncomfortable, doesn't actually have the power to take that practice away from you unless you let it. Third, if the resistance you're facing feels like more than simple skepticism, if it feels controlling, dismissive of your basic needs, or part of a larger pattern of your boundaries not being respected, that's worth paying attention to as its own separate issue, potentially deserving of a conversation or support beyond what this particular routine can address on its own. Not all resistance is simply someone else's discomfort. Sometimes it's a sign of something that needs its own honest attention in the relationship itself. Finally, and I think this is the most important point, trust that your own steadiness over enough time tends to speak more persuasively than any explanation could. Meera's daughter began copying her stillness without being taught to. Devendra's manager noticed his change without being told why. Rakesh asked Anjali about her practice because he witnessed her sitting quietly each morning, not because she convinced him with an argument. The consistent, quiet evidence of your own changing steadiness tends to be the thing that eventually shifts even the most skeptical people around you, and if it doesn't, that's genuinely all right too, because this practice was never dependent on anyone else's approval in the first place. Now, I want to turn towards something a little different: how to maintain this practice through genuine life disruptions, travel, illness, major upheaval, the kinds of circumstances that can derail even the most committed daily practice.
Navigating travel, illness, and disruption. I want to address something practical now: how to maintain this practice, or how to gracefully let it pause and resume through the genuine disruptions life inevitably brings. Travel across time zones, illness that leaves you barely able to function, sudden upheavals that reorganize your entire schedule overnight. These moments test every routine, and I want to speak honestly about how to navigate them without either abandoning the practice entirely or turning it into another source of pressure during an already difficult time. Travel and time zones. When you're traveling, especially across time zones, the entire structure of morning becomes disrupted. Your body's internal sense of time doesn't match the clock. Your usual environment is unfamiliar, and the small rituals that normally anchor your practice, a particular chair, a particular quality of morning light, are simply not available. The guidance here is simple, and it echoes something we've discussed throughout this episode. The routine doesn't depend on a specific time, place, or environment. It depends only on the moment you become aware you're beginning your waking hours, wherever and whenever that happens to be.
If you land in a new time zone and your body wakes at what feels like the middle of the night by the old clock, that's still your morning, and the routine can happen exactly there in an unfamiliar hotel room, jet-lagged and disoriented, just as validly as it happens in your own familiar bed at home. Several people have told me that traveling actually deepened their relationship with this practice, precisely because it stripped away all the familiar external supports and left only the practice itself, proving to them that it genuinely didn't depend on any particular environment, only on their own willingness to pause for 5 minutes wherever they happen to be. Illness. Illness presents a different kind of challenge because it's not simply about disrupted environment or schedule, it's about a body that may genuinely not have the capacity for even the smallest version of this practice on its hardest days. I want to be direct here. If you're seriously unwell, this routine is not a priority, and there is no failure in setting it aside entirely until you've recovered enough capacity to return to it. What I would gently suggest, if you're navigating a longer illness or chronic health condition, is adapting the routine to whatever capacity is genuinely available, even if that capacity is very small. For some people managing chronic illness, the entire routine might simply become one breath and one word held in mind, not out of laziness, but out of honest accommodation for what their body can actually offer on a given day. This isn't a lesser version of the practice, it's the practice correctly scaled to genuine circumstances, exactly the way the 90-second emergency version exists for chaotic mornings. Anjali, whom you heard about earlier alongside Rakesh, actually shared with me a difficult stretch during a serious flu that kept her in bed for nearly 2 weeks. She told me she didn't attempt the routine at all during the worst days and felt no guilt about that decision, having internalized the no-guilt return method we discussed earlier. When she began recovering, she started with just the gratitude sentence alone. Some mornings simply, "I'm grateful my fever finally broke," before gradually rebuilding toward the full practice over the following weeks as her strength genuinely returned.
Major life disruptions. Sudden major disruptions, a job loss, a move, a family crisis. Any event that reorganizes your entire life overnight deserve their own honest acknowledgement. During these periods, even 5 minutes can feel genuinely impossible, not because of laziness or lack of commitment, but because the sheer cognitive and emotional load of navigating a crisis leaves very little room for anything beyond immediate survival. If you find yourself in exactly this kind of period, I'd offer the same guidance as with serious illness. It is completely acceptable to set this practice aside entirely until the acute crisis has settled enough to allow even small moments of stillness. There is no failure in this. The routine will still be there, waiting, exactly as patient and forgiving as it's always been, whenever you have genuine capacity to return to it. What I would gently caution against, however, is the specific trap of concluding, once the crisis has passed, that you've failed at the routine and therefore shouldn't bother restarting at all. A 3-week pause during a genuine crisis is not evidence the practice doesn't work for you. It's simply evidence that you were, appropriately, prioritizing survival during a period that genuinely demanded it. Once things settle even slightly, the same no-guilt return method applies, exactly as it would for a single missed morning. You simply begin again without needing to explain or apologize for the gap, exactly as if resuming a conversation with an old, patient friend who never once judged you for the silence in between. A broader principle. I want to name the broader principle underlying all three of these situations because I think it applies to essentially any disruption life might throw at this practice, beyond just the three specific examples we've covered. This routine is meant to serve your life, not the other way around. It exists to support you through ordinary days, and in smaller, more adapted forms through difficult ones too. It was never meant to become one more obligation demanding your energy during periods when you have none left to give. If travel, illness, or crisis genuinely interrupts your practice, let it interrupt without guilt, without needing to prove anything to yourself about your commitment or discipline. The practice will be there when you're ready, exactly as small, exactly as forgiving, exactly as available to you as it was on the very first morning you tried it. Now, I want to share something a little different, a collection of reflections from people who committed to the original 30-day challenge and remarkably kept going for an entire year. I think their honest, unfiltered check-ins will mean more than anything else I could tell you at this point.
1 year later, voices from the journey. I want to share something a little different with you now, a collection of honest 1-year check-ins from people whose stories you've already heard throughout this episode, along with a few new voices. I think there's something powerful in hearing, directly and unfiltered, what a full year of this small practice actually looks like from the inside, rather than hearing it filtered entirely through my own retelling. Mira, 1 year later. It's been just over a year now. My mornings still start the same way. Silence, gratitude, movement, intention. Most days around 5 minutes, sometimes less on the chaotic ones. What's different isn't the routine itself, it's everything around it. I still work full-time, and I still have 2 children who need constant attention, but I don't feel invisible anymore. I feel like I exist, even in the middle of everything I give to everyone else. My daughter still does her own little version of stillness most mornings. I think that might be the thing I'm proudest of, more than anything that's changed in me directly. Devendra, 1 year later. I sold part of my business this year, something I don't think I would have had the clarity to do a year ago. I was so deep in the momentum of just running everything that I never stepped back to ask whether the size of what I'd built was actually serving my life or whether I was serving it. 5 minutes a day over a year gave me enough small moments of clarity to eventually ask that bigger question and to actually sit with the answer instead of rushing past it the way I used to rush past everything. I still work hard, but it feels like my choice now, not just momentum I can't stop. Priyanka, 1 year later. I still miss days, probably more than most people who've stuck with this. But missing days stopped meaning anything to me a long time ago. I used to think consistency meant never missing. Now I understand it just means always coming back. That shift, more than anything about the routine itself, changed how I approach basically everything in my life now, not just this 5 minutes. Arjun, 1 year later. I graduated this year.
Still have anxiety, probably always will to some degree, but I handle exam weeks so differently now than I did when I first found this. I still see my therapist. This didn't replace that, and I don't think it should have. But it gave me something to do every single day, not just once a week in a session, that practices the actual skill of noticing a thought without drowning in it. That daily practice, alongside everything else, made a real difference I can genuinely feel.
Kamlaji, 1 year later. I've started teaching again, just a little, tutoring a few children in the neighborhood a few hours a week. Not because I need to be needed anymore, the way I used to feel. I think I do it now because I want to, which is a very different feeling than needing to be useful to feel like I matter. This small 5 minutes taught me the difference, slowly, over many quiet mornings. Farhan, 1 year later. Life is still hard. 2 jobs, 2 kids, grief that doesn't fully go away, just changes shape. I won't pretend this fixed anything structural about my circumstances, but I still have my 5 minutes in the car before the school gate opens. Some mornings it's the only steady thing in an otherwise chaotic day. I think that's enough. I think that's genuinely enough. Sunita, 1 year later. I still miss my father every single day. That hasn't changed, and I don't expect it ever fully will. But my mornings don't feel like relearning his absence anymore. They feel like a small, quiet visit with him, 5 minutes I've come to treasure rather than dread. I think, in a strange way, this routine has become one of the ways I keep loving him, even now that he's gone. Vikram, 1 year later. I'm coaching full-time now, young cricketers who remind me a little of myself at that age. I don't think I would have had the patience for this work if I hadn't spent a year learning how to simply exist without needing to constantly perform or achieve, thanks to this small practice. I found a version of myself I didn't know was still there, underneath 20 years of one very specific identity. Deepak, 1 year later. My short story collection is almost finished. I still work as an accountant, still do spreadsheets most of my day, but the part of me that used to write, the part I thought had disappeared 15 years ago, is fully awake again. It turns out it was never gone. It just needed 2 minutes of quiet most mornings to slowly remember it was still there. What these voices share across all 9 of these 1-year reflections, because I think it's the clearest possible summary of everything we've covered across this entire long episode. None of these people describe a life without difficulty. Meera still works and parents constantly. Devendra still runs a business with real pressures. Farhan's circumstances remain genuinely hard. Sunita still grieves her father every day. What changed across every single one of these stories isn't the presence or absence of difficulty. It's the presence of a small, steady anchor within that difficulty, 5 minutes most mornings, that quietly, patiently, over a full year, became something each of them now describes as simply part of who they are. Now, as we move toward the true final stretch of this long journey together, I want to offer you one more extended guided practice, a longer version specifically designed to help you fall asleep tonight, carrying everything we've discussed with you into rest. The Keeper of the Small Light, a sleep story. I want to close this stretch of our time together with a story, a slow, gentle tale you can simply listen to, let wash over you, and drift into rest with if that's where you find yourself right now. There's nothing to learn here, nothing to practice, just a story told slowly for whenever you need it. In a village nestled between rolling hills and a wide, quiet river, there lived a woman named Ela. Ela had once been known throughout the village for her endless energy. She rose before dawn, worked tirelessly through the day, cared for her family, her garden, her neighbors, never seeming to tire, never seeming to need rest the others did. But somewhere along the way, without anyone quite noticing when it happened, Ela's endless energy had quietly become endless exhaustion instead. She still rose before dawn, she still worked tirelessly, but the light that used to seem to come from within her had grown dim, flickering, barely visible even to those who loved her most. One evening, walking home along the river path as the sun set, Ela noticed something she'd never noticed before, despite walking this same path for years. A small lantern, half hidden among the reeds at the river's edge, glowing softly, patiently, though no one seemed to be tending it. She knelt down to look closer and found tucked beside the lantern a small note written in careful old handwriting. This light asks for very little, just a few minutes of your attention each morning before the day takes you. It cannot light your whole life at once, but it will always be here, steady, waiting for whenever you need to remember what light feels like. Ela, exhausted and skeptical in equal measure, almost walked past it entirely. What good was a small lantern against the vast darkness she felt inside herself? But something about its quiet, patient glow made her pause, and eventually, almost without deciding to, she carried it home with her that evening. The next morning, before the demands of her day began, Ela sat with the small lantern for just a few minutes. She didn't do anything remarkable. She simply sat, breathing, watching the small, steady flame, and slowly she noticed one small, true thing she was grateful for. The warmth of her tea, still steaming in her hands. She whispered it softly to the lantern, the way one might whisper to an old, trusted friend. Then she moved her body gently, stretching her arms towards the ceiling, feeling her spine lengthen after a long night's sleep. And finally, she named, quietly, one small intention for her day. Nothing grand, simply, today I want to notice one beautiful thing before it passes. The first morning felt strange, almost silly. The small lantern's light didn't banish her exhaustion. Her day was just as full and demanding as it had always been. But that evening, walking home along the same river path, she noticed something she'd nearly forgotten how to see. The particular bold color of the setting sun reflected on the water, exactly as beautiful as it had always been, though she hadn't truly seen it in longer than she could remember.
Into her day without a single moment of stillness, and on those days she noticed her exhaustion pressing in a little heavier than usual, the small light having gone untended. But she never scolded herself for the missed mornings. She simply returned to the lantern the next day, exactly as it had promised in that old, careful handwriting, steady, waiting, unbothered by her absence, ready to be tended again whenever she returned. Weeks passed, then months. Isla's exhaustion didn't disappear entirely. Some days remained genuinely hard, some burdens remained genuinely heavy, but something had shifted,
quietly underneath the surface of her days. She began noticing small things again, the particular way morning light fell across her kitchen table, the sound of her children's laughter carrying from the garden, the specific relief of finally sitting down after a long day's work. These small noticings had always been available to her, she realized. She simply hadn't had the stillness before to actually see them. One evening, nearly a year after she'd first found the small lantern by the river, that evening, Isla's daughter, watching her mother sit quietly each morning with her small flickering light, asked if she could sit with her too. Isla, surprised and quietly moved, made space beside her, and together, mother and daughter began sharing those few minutes each morning. Silence, gratitude, a small movement, a small intention, side by side, the small light between them, steady and patient as it had always been. Isla never discovered who had left the lantern by the river that evening, or who had written that careful, patient note. Some in the village whispered it had always been there, waiting for whoever needed it next, passed quietly from one tired soul to another across generations, each person tending it for a season, before eventually, in their own way, passing its steady light forward to someone else who needed to remember what it felt like. What Isla did understand over that year and the many years that followed was this: the lantern had never promised to light her entire life at once. It had only ever promised a few minutes each morning, steady, patient, asking almost nothing of her, and that had been, remarkably, exactly enough. Not to erase the darkness entirely, but to give her something steady to return to, again and again, for as long as she needed it, and long after that too. If you're drifting towards sleep now, let this small, steady light stay with you as you rest. Your own version of it, 5 quiet minutes, silence, gratitude, movement, intention, is waiting for you tomorrow morning, patient and unchanged, exactly like Isla's lantern by the river, ready whenever you're ready to return to it. Rest well, my friend. You've carried enough for today. Let the small light hold itself steady through the night, so you don't have to hold anything right now. Just rest, just breathe, just let this story settle over you like a warm, quiet blanket, and let sleep come whenever it's ready to arrive.
Family expectations and log keika henge. I want to address something directly now that I think many of you listening will recognize immediately, even if it hasn't been named explicitly yet in this episode. The particular weight of family expectation and social judgment that can make even 5 minutes of self-directed stillness feel indulgent, strange, or even selfish, especially within families and communities where individual needs have traditionally taken a back seat to collective obligation. The weight of what will people think. Many people I've spoken with, particularly those raised with strong expectations around duty to family, describe a specific internal resistance to this kind of practice that goes beyond simple busyness or skepticism. It sounds something like, "In my family, we don't have time to sit quietly and think about ourselves. There's always someone who needs something. Taking 5 minutes just for me feels almost wrong, like I'm being selfish when I should be thinking about everyone else first." I want to honor how real and deeply rooted this feeling can be, rather than dismissing it as something to simply push past with willpower. For many people, especially those raised in cultures or families where collective duty is deeply valued, individual self-care can genuinely feel like a betrayal of core values,
not just an inconvenient scheduling challenge. Reframing, not rejecting your values. I don't think the answer here is to reject those values entirely in favor of an individualistic framework that might feel foreign or even uncomfortable. Instead, I want to offer a reframe that many people have found genuinely helpful, one that honors duty to family while also making room for this small practice. Consider this. A person who is depleted, reactive, and quietly resentful from constant giving without any personal replenishment is, over time, less able to give well to the very family and community they're trying to serve. This isn't a Western individualist idea imposed onto a collectivist value system. It's simply a practical truth about sustainability. A well that's never allowed to refill eventually runs dry, and a dry well can't nourish anyone, no matter how devoted its intention. 5 minutes of morning stillness, understood this way, isn't a betrayal of duty to family. It's closer to basic maintenance of the very capacity that duty depends on. Kavita, whose story about guilt around rest we discussed earlier, eventually arrived at almost exactly this reframe herself, understanding her 5 minutes not as time stolen from her family, but as the maintenance that allowed her to show up for them with more genuine presence and less quiet resentment.
Anjali's grandmother. I want to share one more small story here from Anjali about her own grandmother, because I think it offers a beautiful, culturally grounded example of exactly this kind of practice existing long before any modern self-improvement language was attached to it. Anjali told me her grandmother throughout her entire life kept a small, quiet ritual each morning before anyone else in the household woke, sitting near a small shrine, offering a brief prayer, sitting in silence for a few minutes before the day's duties began. No one in the family ever questioned this practice or saw it as selfish, because it was understood within their cultural and spiritual framework as legitimate, even necessary time, not for the self in isolation from family, but as part of maintaining the spiritual and emotional foundation that allowed her to serve her family well for the rest of the day. Anjali realized, adopting this 5-minute routine herself, that she wasn't actually introducing something foreign into her family's values. She was simply finding a modern, personally adapted version of something her grandmother had always understood intuitively, that a person needs a small, protected space of stillness in order to serve others well, and that this stillness was never actually in conflict with duty to family, but was quietly always in service of it. Practical suggestions if this resistance feels strong. If you're navigating strong family or cultural expectations that make this practice feel difficult to claim for yourself, I'd offer a few gentle suggestions drawn from what's worked for people like Kavita and Anjali. Consider framing the practice, at least internally, not as time for yourself in opposition to your family, but as time that maintains your capacity to serve them well. This reframe alone often dissolves much of the internal guilt because it aligns the practice with values you already hold, rather than asking you to adopt entirely new ones. Consider looking for existing traditions within your own family or cultural background that already legitimize small moments of stillness, a morning prayer, a quiet ritual, anything that already exists within your framework of acceptable, non-selfish practice, and simply adapting this routine to sit alongside or within that existing tradition, rather than treating it as something entirely separate and foreign.
And if genuine family resistance persists even after these reframes, remember what we discussed a few sections ago. This practice doesn't require anyone else's permission or understanding to remain valid and valuable. You can hold your 5 minutes quietly, privately, without needing to justify or defend it to anyone, trusting that its value will become evident over time in how it changes the quality of presence and patience you're able to offer the very people whose expectations you're currently navigating. Now, I want to talk about something a little different as we approach the final stretch of this long episode, the idea of legacy, and how a practice this small might eventually be passed forward to the people who come after you.
What we pass forward. As we move toward the true close of this long journey together, I want to spend some time on something that's threaded quietly through several of the stories we've already heard, the idea of legacy, and how a practice as small as this one might eventually become something you pass forward, intentionally or simply by example, to the people who come after you. Children learn what they witness, not what they're told. We've heard this theme several times already throughout this episode, in different forms. Mira's daughter began sitting quietly each morning without being taught to, simply from watching her mother do the same. Rakesh and Anjali's marriage found renewed presence not through explanation, but through sitting together in shared stillness. Kavita's understanding of rest was shaped, long before she consciously realized it, by watching her own grandmother's quiet morning ritual. This pattern points to something important about how values and practices actually get passed between generations. Children, in particular, learn far more from what they consistently witness than from what they're explicitly told. You can tell a child that rest matters, that stillness matters, that presence matters more times than you can count, and the lesson will land far less deeply than simply having them watch you morning after morning actually practicing those things yourself without needing to announce or explain what you're doing. This means that your own 5 minutes each morning, entirely private and seemingly disconnected from anyone else, may quietly be teaching something valuable to the people who witness it, even if you never explicitly discuss it with them. A child who watches a parent sit quietly before the day begins learns, without a single word being spoken, that stillness is a legitimate part of a full life, that a person is allowed 5 minutes that belong only to themselves, that beginning again after a missed day is normal and unremarkable rather than shameful. Devendra's son. Devendra shared something with me later in his journey that I think illustrates this beautifully. His teenage son, watching his father's shift over many months from someone who seemed perpetually stressed and reactive to someone noticeably steadier, eventually asked him directly what had changed. Devendra explained the routine simply, without much elaboration, expecting his son's typical teenage indifference to anything resembling advice from a parent. Instead, his son began, quietly, adopting a small version of his own, not the exact same routine, but his own adapted version, 5 minutes before starting his homework each evening rather than in the morning, involving a similar structure of stillness and intention setting. He said, "I think that's the real legacy, if there is one. Not that I taught him a specific technique, it's that he saw his father find steadiness, and he understood, without being told, that steadiness was something he was allowed to seek out for himself too, in whatever form made sense for his own life." Where the journey meets the morning.
Before we close this long journey together, I want to share one more story. This one is a little different from the others, but I think it fits well here, at the very end. Priya's Notebook. Priya was a school teacher in a small town. She taught English to teenagers, and every day felt the same to her. Rushed mornings, tired evenings, and very little time for herself. She told me she used to wake up already feeling behind, as if the day had started without her. One winter, a friend introduced her to the 5-minute morning practice we have been discussing throughout this series. At first, Priya was doubtful. 5 minutes cannot change anything, she said to herself, but she decided to try it anyway, mostly because she was too tired to argue. She began simply. Every morning, before opening her phone or looking at her lesson plans, she sat with a small notebook. She did not write long sentences. She wrote only 3 things. 1 word for how she felt, 1 word for what she hoped for that day, and 1 word for something she was thankful for. Then she closed the notebook and sat quietly for the rest of the 5 minutes. At first, nothing seemed to change, but after a few weeks, she noticed something small. Her mornings felt less rushed, even though nothing about her schedule had actually changed. She said, "The 5 minutes did not give me more time. It gave me a calmer way to enter the time I already had." A practice that became a lesson. Something interesting happened next. Priya began sharing simple English phrases from her notebook with her students, almost by accident. She would write a sentence on the board each morning, something calm and simple, like, "Today I choose patience," or "Small steps are still steps." Her students began asking about these sentences. Some of them started keeping their own small notebooks, not because Priya asked them to, but because they were curious about what she was doing. Without planning it, Priya's private 5 minutes had become a quiet lesson in her classroom, not just a lesson in English, but a lesson in steadiness, written in simple words her students could understand and repeat. She told me, "I was only trying to feel calmer. I did not expect it to become something my students wanted too." Why this story belongs here? I wanted to share Priya's story because it reminds us of something important. This small morning practice does not stay in one place. It moves, it changes shape. For Priya, it became a bridge between her own steadiness and her students' learning. For Devendra, it became something his son quietly borrowed and reshaped. For Meera, it became something her daughter absorbed simply through watching. whatever your own 5 minutes look like, know that it may carry further than you expect into a classroom, a notebook, a conversation, or simply into the quiet example you set for someone who is paying more attention than you realize.
The man who counted his breaths. As we continue this long journey, I want to introduce someone whose mornings looked nothing like stillness at all, at least not at first glance. Arvind was a city bus driver, and his days began long before sunrise, in the cold, quiet hours when most of the world was still asleep. By the time most people were only beginning to stir, he had already been driving for nearly 2 hours, already surrounded by noise, by horns, by the restless, half-awake energy of a city just beginning to move. A life without quiet. Arvind's work left very little room for anything resembling stillness. His route ran through some of the busiest, most congested parts of the city, crowded intersections, impatient passengers pressing forward before the bus had even fully stopped, traffic that never seemed to genuinely ease, even in the earliest hours of the morning. He told me, quite honestly, that when he first heard the idea of sitting quietly for 5 minutes each day, it sounded almost like a joke, a suggestion meant for people whose lives looked nothing like his own. "My life is not quiet," he said, shaking his head slightly as he remembered his first reaction. "My mind is not quiet either. I did not think this kind of practice was made for someone like me. I thought it was for people with gardens, with soft chairs, with mornings that had nothing urgent waiting in them." It was oddly enough a passenger who first introduced him to the idea. She rode his bus most weekday mornings, always sitting in the same seat near the front, always exchanging a few brief, friendly words with him before reaching her stop. One evening, while stepping off the bus, she mentioned almost casually that she had recently started a small morning practice of her own, 5 minutes of quiet before her day properly began. Arvind told me the comment stayed with him far longer than he expected it to, mostly because he genuinely could not imagine how such a practice would ever fit inside a life that started with engines, schedules, and the constant press of other people's needs. A difficult first attempt. He decided to try it anyway, mostly out of curiosity, the very next morning before his shift officially began. He sat alone in the small, dimly lit break room near the bus depot, closed his eyes the way he imagined he was supposed to, and almost immediately felt his mind pulling in 10 different directions at once. His route for the day, his tight schedule, an unresolved argument he'd had with a colleague the afternoon, a nagging worry about money that never quite seemed to go away. Sitting in true, complete silence, he discovered within the first few attempts was simply not going to work for him, not naturally, not easily, not without some kind of help.
He nearly gave up on the entire idea after only 3 or 4 mornings, telling himself that this practice, whatever value it held for others, was simply not built for a mind as restless and occupied as his own.
Finding an anchor. Before abandoning the attempt entirely, he decided to try one small adjustment. Instead of aiming for silence, he gave his mind something small and steady to hold on to instead. He began counting his breaths, 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 10, and then quietly starting again from 1, over and over, for the full 5 minutes. It gave his restless thoughts a narrow, simple path to walk along, the way a person might hold tightly to a railing while descending an unfamiliar, dimly lit staircase. I am not a person who can just sit quietly, the way some people describe it in books or on television, he told me, laughing a little at himself as he said it. My mind is like the traffic outside my bus window, always moving, always a little chaotic, always someone honking somewhere in the background. But counting gave me a small, narrow road to walk along, right in the middle of all that noise. It did not stop the noise. It simply gave me somewhere to stand inside it. What changed on the road? After several weeks of this small daily habit, repeated faithfully in that same dim break room each morning, Arvind began noticing something surprising, not in the break room itself, but out on the road in the middle of his actual demanding work. When a passenger spoke to him rudely or shouted at him for a delay that was not his fault, or when traffic grew unbearably heavy during the evening rush, he found himself reacting just slightly slower than he used to, not suppressing his frustration entirely, not pretending it did not exist, but meeting it with a small amount of space he had never previously had access to. I did not become a patient man overnight, he said, careful not to overstate what had changed. I still get frustrated. I still have hard days behind the wheel, days where everything seems to go wrong at once. But I found one quiet breath tucked inside a very loud day, and somehow, strangely, that was enough to change how I responded to things, even just a little. He began looking forward to those few minutes in the break room, not because they felt peaceful in any dramatic or obvious way, but because they felt entirely his own, 5 minutes that belonged only to him before the demands of the road claimed the rest of his long day. A conversation with his wife. Some months into this quiet daily habit, Arvind's wife noticed the small change in him before he ever mentioned the practice to her directly. She asked him one evening over dinner why he seemed less irritable after his shifts than he used to be, especially on the days that had clearly been difficult ones. He explained the breath-counting habit to her, somewhat embarrassed, expecting her to find it strange or unnecessary. Instead, she asked if she could try something similar herself during the quiet minutes after their children left for school.
She did not copy exactly what I did. She found her own version, sitting with her tea instead of counting breaths. But I think, in a small way, my 5 minutes in that break room eventually became her 5 minutes too, without either of us really planning it that way.
The Grandmother's Garden. This next story comes from Sunita, a retired school teacher who, after decades and inside the demanding rhythm of a working life, found herself living with her son's family, slowly adjusting to a new and unfamiliar pace she had not fully anticipated. She told me that retirement, though something she had once looked forward to with genuine excitement, brought with it a quiet kind of uncertainty she had never quite expected to feel. A woman without a role. For most of her adult life, Sunita had been needed constantly by her students, by the school administration, by the demanding daily structure of a long teaching career that had shaped nearly every hour of her waking life for over 30 years. When that structure disappeared almost overnight, she found herself unsure of her place inside her son's busy, noisy household, where everyone else seemed to have somewhere urgent to be and something pressing to accomplish. I was not sad exactly, she explained carefully, choosing her words with the precision of someone who had spent decades teaching others how language worked. But I felt a little bit like a guest in my own life, in a home that was technically mine, but did not quite feel that way anymore. I no longer knew what my mornings were supposed to be for. For 30 years, my mornings had a clear purpose. Suddenly, they had none at all. She described the early weeks of retirement as strangely disorienting, waking early out of habit, only to find there was nowhere she needed to be, nothing waiting for her that required her particular attention. Her daughter-in-law was kind, but busy. Her son left early for work. Her grandchildren were absorbed in their own school routines. Sunita found herself more mornings than not simply sitting at the kitchen table, unsure what to do with the hours stretching ahead of her. Finding a new morning. It was during this uncertain period that Sunita began her own small version of the 5-minute practice, though she never called it that herself and never framed it even privately as anything particularly deliberate or structured. Every morning before anyone else in the house woke up, she stepped outside into the small garden behind their home. A modest space, really, just a handful of potted plants and a small patch of soil her son had never quite gotten around to properly landscaping. She did not do anything dramatic there. She simply stood among the plants, noticing the particular color of the leaves that morning, the smell of the damp early soil, the distant sound of birds beginning their day somewhere beyond the garden wall. I called it visiting my garden, she told me, smiling faintly at the memory. I did not think of it as meditation or as any kind of formal practice with a name attached to it.
I only knew, without quite being able to explain why, that it made the rest of my day feel a little more like mine again, rather than something happening around me while I simply drifted through it. This simple, unnamed ritual followed the same quiet idea we have discussed throughout this series. 5 unhurried minutes given fully to the present moment, without needing to accomplish anything at all, without needing to justify its own existence to anyone, including herself.
A small companion. Over time, something unexpected happened. Sunita's granddaughter, only 6 years old, began waking early too, simply to join her grandmother outside in the cool morning air. Neither of them spoke much during those minutes together. They would stand side by side near the same small patch of plants, sometimes pointing quietly at a new leaf, an unusual insect, a flower that had opened overnight, mostly just being present together in the early light, without needing conversation to fill the space between them. She does not know what meditation is, Sunita said, smiling. She only knows that grandmother visits the garden every morning, and now she visits too. That is enough for her, and honestly, it has become enough for me as well. I no longer feel like a guest in this house. During those minutes, I feel like someone this small girl chooses to stand beside every single morning without being asked. This small shared ritual, born entirely from Sunita's own private need for steadiness during an uncertain season of her life, became something quietly precious between grandmother and granddaughter, not taught through explanation or careful instruction, but absorbed simply through repeated quiet presence, morning after morning. The garden grows. As the months passed, the garden itself began to change too, almost as a quiet reflection of the ritual taking place within it. Sunita, spending those 5 minutes attentive there each day, began noticing small things that needed tending: a plant reaching for more sunlight, soil that had grown too dry, a corner that could use one more pot. Slowly, without any dramatic decision to take up gardening, her small daily visits grew into something more active, more involved, more clearly her own. Her son, noticing the garden's slow transformation, told her one evening that it had never looked better, not even when he had first planted it years earlier. Sunita told me this comment meant more to her than perhaps it should have. She said, "It reminded me that even a small, quiet corner of a life, tended patiently and without pressure, can eventually grow into something worth noticing." The student who could not sleep. Rohan was a college student in the middle of preparing for a set of especially important examinations, the kind that felt, at the time, as though they might determine the entire shape of his future. His days were long and demanding, but his nights, he told me, were even longer, filled not with rest but with worry, endless review, and a racing mind that refused to settle even long after his books had finally been closed. Nights that never quieted. Rohan described his evenings to me in vivid, almost painful detail. He would study late into the night, often well past midnight, pushing through exhaustion in an attempt to cover just one more topic, review just one more set of notes. And even after finally allowing himself to lie down, his mind would continue working relentlessly through everything he still needed to learn, every mistake he might make during the actual exam, every possible outcome, good and bad, that the coming weeks might hold. I would lie there feeling completely exhausted, he said, but wide awake at the same time, as though my body wanted rest desperately, but my mind simply refused to allow it. Some nights I would not fall asleep until close to dawn, only to wake a few hours later feeling worse than before I had even tried to rest. This pattern continued for weeks, worsening as the examination date drew nearer. Rohan told me he began to dread nighttime almost as much as he dreaded the exams themselves, knowing that even his hours of supposed rest had become another kind of struggle. A change at the wrong end of the day. Most of the people we have met throughout this series practiced their 5 minutes in the morning as a way of beginning the day with steadiness. Rohan discovered somewhat by accident, after a particularly exhausting week, that a different arrangement worked better for his particular struggle. 5 minutes not at the start of his day, but just before sleep, at the very end of it. Each night, before finally allowing himself to lie down, he began putting away his books completely, physically closing them and setting them aside in another room, rather than leaving them within reach. He would sit upright on the edge of his bed and simply breathe, without reviewing notes one final time, without checking his phone for messages or notifications, without doing anything at all except sitting quietly with his own breath for 5 unhurried minutes. At first, this felt deeply uncomfortable to him, almost wasteful. I felt like I was throwing away 5 minutes I could have used for one more round of revision, he admitted. Every part of me wanted to use that time to study instead, especially with the exam getting closer every day. But he continued the small experiment anyway, mostly out of sheer desperation, since nothing else he had tried was helping him sleep. Small, steady change. After roughly 2 weeks of this small nightly habit, repeated faithfully despite his early doubts, Rohan began to notice a gradual, almost imperceptible shift. His mind still raced somewhat once his head touched the pillow, still returned to familiar worries about the exam ahead, but it settled into rest noticeably faster than it had before, sometimes within 20 or 30 minutes, rather than the 2 or 3 restless hours he had grown used to. The 5 minutes did not add more hours to my night.
he explained, turning the idea over carefully as he spoke. It simply helped me stop fighting with my own mind at the very end of a long, difficult day. I was still tired, I was still anxious about the exam, but I was no longer at war with myself while trying to fall asleep.
The exam itself. When the examination finally arrived, Rohan told me he walked into the room feeling, for the first time in weeks, something closer to steady rather than frayed. His results, in the end, were respectable, but not dramatically different from what he might otherwise have achieved through sheer effort alone. But something he said to me afterward has stayed with me since, and I think about it often. I remember the exam itself less clearly than I remember finally sleeping peacefully again after so many exhausting, sleepless weeks, he said. The exam lasted 3 hours. The peaceful sleep, once I finally found it again, felt like it gave me back something much larger than 3 hours ever could. Closing thought. This practice, as Rohan's story reminds us, does not have to live only in the early morning hours, and it does not need to follow any single prescribed pattern in order to be effective. 5 quiet minutes can be placed wherever a life most urgently needs them, even at the tired, restless edge of a long and difficult day, just before sleep finally, gratefully arrives. Part 34. 2 Brothers, 2 Kitchens. Vikram and Samir are brothers, though they have lived in different cities for many years now, each building his own separate household, his own separate routines, his own entirely separate life, shaped by different jobs, different marriages, different daily pressures. And yet, without either of them realizing it, they had both quietly developed a strikingly similar version of the 5-minute morning practice, entirely independent of one another. A habit discovered separately. Vikram's mornings began the same way nearly every day, without much variation. He would stand near his stove, waiting for water to boil for his morning tea, and during those few unhurried minutes, he simply stood still, breathing, noticing the early light coming through his kitchen window, letting his thoughts settle gradually before the demands of his workday arrived and claimed the rest of his attention. In a different city entirely, hundreds of kilometers away, Samir had, without any awareness whatsoever of what his older brother was doing each morning, developed almost the exact same habit. He too stood near his own stove each morning, waiting for his own tea to prepare itself, using those same quiet minutes to simply breathe and notice the light shifting slowly across his own kitchen walls. Neither brother knew the other was doing anything similar. Both had arrived at this small ritual in a difficult morning softened. Ramesh described one particular morning that stood out clearly in his memory. His younger daughter, then 5 years old, had thrown an especially difficult temper tantrum over a shirt she refused to wear, delaying the entire household by nearly 20 minutes, and leaving Ramesh feeling, by the time she was finally dressed, thoroughly frustrated and short-tempered. I remember later that same evening opening my notebook and thinking about what I would write to her the next morning. And instead of writing about the tantrum, I found myself writing about how fiercely she holds on to what she wants, how that same stubbornness, so frustrating at 5 years old over a shirt, might one day become something admirable in her if I could learn to see it that way. Writing that sentence changed something in how I looked at her the very next morning, before the day had even properly begun. A notebook full of mornings. After more than a year of this quiet daily habit, faithfully maintained even through illness, travel, and the ordinary interruptions of family life, Ramesh had filled several notebooks with these short, private letters. He has never shared them with his children, though he told me he sometimes wonders whether he eventually will, someday when they are older, perhaps as a gift, or simply as a way of showing them what those difficult, chaotic mornings had actually contained, quietly beneath all the visible noise and rushing. Even if they never read a single page, he said, writing them changed how I looked at my own children each morning before the shouting and the missing shoes and the general rushing began. That alone, I think, was worth every single minute I ever spent on it. The shopkeeper's 5 minutes. Farida ran a small shop in a crowded, noisy market, the kind of place where conversation, bargaining, and constant motion never seemed to genuinely pause, even for a moment. Her days were filled entirely with customers, deliveries, price negotiations, and the endless practical demands of running a small business entirely alone, without staff, without a partner, without anyone to share the constant weight of it all. When she first heard about the idea of 5 quiet minutes each morning, she told me it sounded almost impossible for someone in her particular line of work. No room for stillness. People think shopkeepers have quiet moments throughout the day, she said, laughing at the very idea. We do not, or at least I never did. From the moment I open my shop until the moment I finally close it, someone needs something from me, a price, a recommendation, a favor, a moment of my attention.
There is no 5 minutes to spare inside a day built entirely like that. For a long time, well over a year after first hearing about the practice, Farida assumed it simply wasn't meant for a life like hers, a life built entirely around noise, negotiation, and constant, unrelenting demand from every direction. Finding a gap. Eventually, almost by accident, she discovered her own 5 minutes in an unlikely place, not inside her shop at all, where such a thing seemed genuinely impossible, but during the short walk from her home to her shop each morning, a walk she had made many thousands of times over the years without ever truly noticing a single detail of it. Instead of rushing through this walk, as she usually did, already thinking about the day's deliveries, the customers who might be waiting, the arguments she might need to have with a supplier, she decided one morning, almost on impulse, to try walking slightly slower, paying attention only to the feeling of her own footsteps against the ground and the rhythm of her own breathing, leaving her phone tucked away in her bag rather than clutched in her hand as it usually was. It is not much, she admitted, just a short, ordinary walk I have made 1,000 times before, but for those few minutes, nobody needs anything from me at all. I belong entirely to myself for the length of one small walk before the rest of the day claims me completely. A small shift in a loud life. Over time, spanning several months of this small daily adjustment, Farida noticed that she arrived at her shop each morning feeling slightly less rushed, slightly more prepared for the noise and constant demands that awaited her there the moment she lifted the shutters. The market is still just as loud as it always was, she said. My days are still just as busy, just as demanding, but I begin them a little more as myself, and a little less as though I am already behind before I have even opened the shutters for the day. A customer notices. One particular customer, an elderly man who visited her shop most mornings for tea leaves, mentioned to Farida one day that she seemed different somehow, though he could not quite name what had changed. When she explained, somewhat hesitantly, about her slow morning walk, he told her he had noticed something similar in himself years earlier, after a serious illness had forced him to slow down considerably. He told me that most of us walk through our entire lives at a speed we never actually chose, Farida recalled. We simply inherited it from busy mornings and rushed habits,
without ever questioning whether it served us. That conversation stayed with me longer than I expected it to. This practice, as Farida's story reminds us clearly, does not require silence or stillness in the traditional seated sense so often described. 5 minutes of slow, attentive walking proved to be entirely enough for her. Proof that steadiness can be found even while moving, even in the middle of an otherwise loud, demanding, and constantly busy life that seems at first glance to leave no room for it at all.
The teenager who taught her mother. Ananya was only 16 years old when she first encountered this kind of morning practice, though not through a parent, as is often the pattern we have seen throughout this series. She learned it from a school counselor during a particularly difficult period in her life, when anxiety had begun affecting her sleep, her concentration in class, and her overall sense of steadiness in ways that had started to genuinely worry both her teachers and her family. A difficult season. Ananya described that period of her life to me honestly, without much embellishment or attempt to soften it. I was anxious about everything, she said. School, friendships, exams, the future, even things that did not really deserve that much worry, like small social situations. I could not seem to quiet my own mind, no matter how hard I tried, no matter what my parents suggested I do to feel better. Her grades had begun slipping slightly, and more concerning to her parents, she had started withdrawing from friends she had once been close to, spending most evenings alone in her room rather than with the group of girls she had known since childhood. Her school counselor, noticing these changes during a routine check-in, suggested a simple 5-minute practice each morning before school, sitting quietly, breathing, naming one thing she felt and one thing she hoped for that particular day. Ananya, desperate for anything that might help ease the constant tightness she carried in her chest, began practicing it faithfully, mostly alone in her room before anyone else in the house woke up. Passing it backward. Unlike most of the stories we have encountered throughout this series, where practices tend to pass from parent to child, from grandmother to grandchild, from older generation to younger, Ananya's story moved in the opposite direction entirely. After several months of quiet daily practice, faithfully maintained even on the hardest mornings, her mother began noticing a real, undeniable change in her daughter. A steadier presence at the breakfast table,
fewer anxious, tearful mornings, a noticeably calmer way of moving through conversations that had once left her overwhelmed.
Eventually, her mother asked directly what had changed, sitting Ananya down one evening with genuine curiosity rather than concern. Ananya explained the simple practice somewhat nervously, unsure how her mother, a practical and often skeptical woman, would respond to something she had learned from a school counselor rather than from within their own family. It felt strange at first, her mother admitted to me later during a separate conversation. Learning something like this from my own 16-year-old daughter rather than the other way around, the way I always assumed things were supposed to work between a mother and child. But I realized, watching her change slowly over those months, that age does not decide who teaches whom. She needed this before I did, and she found it first, entirely on her own, without any help from me at all. That realization was humbling, honestly. A family practice built backward. Moved by her daughter's newfound steadiness, and perhaps a little humbled by watching a 16-year-old handle her own struggles with more grace than she initially expected, Ananya's mother decided to try the practice herself, somewhat hesitantly at first. Now, most mornings before Ananya leaves for school, the two of them sit quietly together for 5 minutes at the kitchen table, a small shared ritual that began entirely because a teenage girl was brave enough to try something new during a genuinely difficult time in her life, and generous enough afterward to share it openly with the person who had raised her. Ananya's mother told me this shared morning ritual has changed their relationship in ways she did not expect. We talk more now in small ways during and after those 5 minutes. Not about anything dramatic, just small check-ins, but it has opened something between us that I think might have stayed closed otherwise, especially during these particular teenage years, which are often difficult for mothers and daughters. Where we arrive. We have now heard a great many stories throughout this long journey together. A bus driver counting his breaths through a noisy, chaotic city. A grandmother standing quietly in her modest garden. A student finally finding rest at the tired, anxious end of his day. 2 brothers unexpectedly connected through their separate kitchens in separate cities. A nurse steadying herself in a parked car before difficult and unpredictable shifts. A father writing private letters no one will ever read. A shopkeeper walking slowly through her loud and demanding mornings. A teenager
teaching her own mother something she had discovered first during her own difficult season, and a widower practicing quietly, entirely alone, for 6 unwitnessed years in the empty mornings left behind after losing his wife. What these stories share. Each of these people is different from the others in almost every visible way. Their ages, their occupations, their circumstances, their personal struggles, their individual reasons for beginning this practice in the first place. And yet, underneath all of these very real differences, the very same simple thread runs quietly throughout every single story we have shared throughout this series. 5 unhurried minutes, returned to again and again, patiently, imperfectly, without ever needing to be dramatic, impressive, or witnessed by anyone else in order to genuinely matter. None of these people were transformed overnight into entirely different versions of themselves. None of them solved every difficulty in their lives simply by sitting quietly or walking slowly or writing privately each morning. What changed for each of them, gently and steadily over time, was something quieter and perhaps ultimately more valuable than any dramatic transformation could have offered. How they met each new day, a little calmer, a little more present, a little more fully themselves, even in the middle of noise, exhaustion, uncertainty, grief, or the ordinary chaos of a demanding life. What we carry forward. If there is one final thing I hope you carry forward from this long series of stories, it is simply this: the particular shape of your own 5 minutes matters far less than the quiet, patient act of returning to them day after day, missed morning after missed morning, without judgment, without needing to explain the practice to anyone, including yourself. Some of you may find your 5 minutes in a garden like Sunita, some in a parked car like Deepa, some in a private notebook that no one else will ever read like Ramesh, some entirely alone for years like Prakash. There is no single correct shape this practice is meant to take, and I hope, after everything we have shared together across this series, you no longer feel any pressure to make your own version resemble anyone else's. An invitation, not an instruction. I want to close this final part the same way I have tried to close nearly every story throughout this series, not with a rule to follow, but with a simple, quiet invitation to consider, in your own time, in your own way.
You do not need a perfect setting, a peaceful mood, or a complete understanding of why this small practice works in order to begin or to continue. You simply need 5 minutes, however imperfectly used, and a genuine willingness to return to them morning after morning, missed day after missed day, without judgment, without giving up entirely after a difficult stretch. Whatever your own 5 minutes eventually come to look like, a notebook, a garden, a parked car, a slow and attentive walk, a quiet letter that will never be sent, or simply a quiet chair positioned near a window, know that it is enough entirely as it is, exactly as you have shaped it, without needing to resemble anyone else's version of this same small, steady, quietly transformative practice.